Before it floated by.
Long week.
At the high school.
I'll get done. Tanner and Warner, young, they're in their 40s. They'll work their ass off for this. Huh? It's almost 5. I had one that lived to be 20.
Oh, good care and no stress.
And no overfeeding them.
No.
No feeding them people food. I know, yeah. I know the ratters. We used to go in the cage and rat the bears out. Push the bears out. Bears are afraid of them. You know why the bears are afraid of them? Because they can't see.
Outside and loud.
Yeah. I used to have a friend.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of California City Joint Meeting of the City Council and the Successor Agency for the California City Redevelopment Agency this Tuesday, October 9th, 2018 at 6 p.m. At this time, could you please all rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation?
Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight with hearts filled with expectation and just a tremendous amount of faith that an Almighty God with the Holy Spirit will lead and direct our leaders for those things that are for our city, to improve our city. Anoint those who are here to present things to the city and some really wonderful awards. And Father, we ask that the Holy Spirit would just touch each and every heart that's home and watching also. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, could you roll call us in, please?
Councilmember McGuire?
Here.
Paris?
Here.
Stump?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Here.
Mayor Wood?
Here. Before we make a motion to adopt the agenda, I'd like to ask that we could take new business 1 and move it before public hearing 1, and then package public hearing 1, NB2, and NB3, all the cannabis ones right together so we're not up and down and delaying the meeting. So if we could do that, that'd be great. So again, that's moving new business 1 ahead of the public hearing 1, and then following suit with the rest of the agenda, just as it's written. Looking for a motion.
Make that motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much. All right, so.
And I'll make a recommendation to approve the current agenda then.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We just went through that.
Oh, I thought I wasn't paying attention, so
That's
I
okay.
was writing other things.
All right.
I was writing other notes.
We got it. Thank
Okay.
you. This is unusual, I know. So at this time then, hold on, let me go down here. Madam Clerk, do you have any reports or late communications for us tonight?
Yes, Mayor. We have correspondence again from J.M. Powers. Alberto, Cana, and Meiser airport properties have not been charged property tax or parcel tax for 1819. Why? Cal City Pet Clinic and Dollar General are wrongly charged water standby, and questions regarding special tax and water standby overcharges for 1819 fiscal year.
Thank you. We had to clear something up that we were looking for to happen tonight. There will be no presentation tonight. It's been moved to next month. Okay. Because Assemblyman Lackey was going to be here tonight. All right, so we move into the staff announcement reports. You've already given up to David Goodell. So Chief Goodell, would you give us the fire?
Good evening, Mayor, council persons, fellow staff people, and citizens of California City. Reporting tonight, code enforcement, 8 new cases, 23 cases closed, 8 citations issued, complaint forms received 9. On to fire department, 4 fires, 78 EMS/rescues, 4 hazards, no fire, 5 service calls, 15 good intents, and 3 false calls for a total during this last 2 weeks of 109, and that's emergency incidents. And year to date, we're at 2,159.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Hurtado?
Thank you, Mayor. Since we met last, we responded to 795 calls. We're listed 33 arrests, but that doesn't include the ones we made yesterday or today. For the year, we're at 16,546 calls with just under 500 arrests. A couple of the highlight calls for the week. We're still investigating shooting of a Cal City man. He got dropped off at Hall's ambulance quarters last night with a single gunshot wound. And we're still trying to get information as far as where it happened, when it happened. So more information will be released as it becomes available. Yesterday, we responded to a couple prowler calls. We ended up arresting Alan Johnson of Cal City. Misdemeanor charges was released last night. Today, there was a nixle that was put out for attempt burglary on 8400 block of Heather Drive. Ends up, he is our suspect for today's burglary. And he was arrested, I think, about 2 hours ago. Officers spotted him, so he's arrested 2 days in a row. Today's for attempted burglary, the felony. So he's going to taxi a ride to Bakersfield right now. And the presentation will be moved to next month. That's it.
Thank you, Chiefs. Yeah, appreciate the work that your guys and gals are doing very much. Public Works Director, Pat.
Mayor, Council, and public. Facilities for the month of September closed out 104 work orders. Part of that was they actually did the recertification for backflow testing for the city, which they have to manage and monitor all the backflows, private and or city facilities. Streets and roads closed out 47 orders, 30 of those for asphalt patching, 3,236 square feet, miscellaneous potholes throughout the city, signage, and tree and weed abatement. Water, 8 mainline repairs, 1 blowout for the month, and 16 meters replaced and 28 service lines. Door hangers issued for the month was 168, and lockouts was 52, and dispatches from City Hall was 40. We're working on the second, laying out the second phase of the North Loop main replacement, which will be underway, which is going to finish the section of a couple blocks, which would be east of Hacienda, and tie that into the existing new 12-inch that was run sometime around 2006, which will then finish that whole section of loop up to Poppy, and then we'll continue the Poppy loop all the way over to Yerba. And that'll put that whole main stretch, tie in all the infrastructure through a 12-inch all the way through the city. And then at some point, we will do CCB, which is the other main feed all the way across the city, and then North Loop to Great Circle all the way across is the three main lines that feed from the piers across the city perimeter. So, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys doing that work. That's making great strides in improvement of our our water system. Let's see. Going on to Cynthia Foster, Budget Analyst Foster, your report.
Good evening.
Oh,
Is it on? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
good.
speak right into it.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Just a brief report from Finance this evening. We were able to complete the August financials, so we will have those posted on the website hopefully in the next day or two. We'll get with Public Works on that, and we will be completing the September before the end of the month. We have some new faces in our utilities department you'll see this month. We've had some vacancies, so we were able to fill those as well. So thank you, and I'll answer any questions on the financials should you have any.
Anyone? Thank you very much. Parks Manager Davrin. Brenda.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. Since we met last, we've had a busy couple of weeks. We've had a successful teen dance with over 75 middle schoolers. We've also had National Night Out, which was a lot of fun with our police and fire. We really appreciate them coming out, and the crowds loved it. We also had a car show last Sunday. So we've been busy, and we got some more things on the agenda for the upcoming couple of weeks. Youth Basketball League is taking registrations now until November 13th. It's great for the youth ages about 7 to 14 years old. We also have Trunk or Treat coming up. We're starting our candy collection, and we need more trunks. Every year the event is growing. It's a lot of fun. It's at the high school. It kind of kicks off their carnival. It's a daylight event from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. So bring the kids out for this safe trick-or-treating experience for ages 3 to 12. And we definitely need candy donations and more trunks. So decorate your trunk if you'd like. Come on out, even if you don't. Costumes are welcome. It's a lot of great pictures because it's still daylight, and it's just a blast, and it's safe. We also have a Holiday Village meeting this week on the 11th. We are growing every meeting, and we hope you can come plan with us. Take advantage of this year's holiday events, Christmas tree lighting, and our parade. All going to be the first weekend in December, which is November 30th and December 1st and 2nd. The Cancer Walk is also on the schedule in the beginning. It begins and ends in Central Park. Registration starts at 6:45 a.m. and the teardown will probably be ending around 11, depending on what people finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I had a question for you, and I don't know if it's you or who would answer this. It's about the golf course.
Okay, I'll try.
I was asked by someone, they said that trail fees you pay for a year.
Correct.
But the membership you only pay for 6 months, and they were just wondering if you could pay both for 6 months.
No, the memberships, they're really supposed to be paid a year in advance. due to the fact that we have so many seniors on fixed incomes, it's been a practice that they have allowed 2 payments to make that happen. But the trail fees are kind of a separate, different thing, kind of like the fees that are out in the desert for the motorcycles and RVs. It's just a one-time yearly pass. It's a little sticker that you just stick on your cart. So there hasn't been any concessions made about that, and it is one fee no matter what time of year you register. So if you're coming in 6 months late, then you just pay the 6 month, or you can rent carts from us for the 6 months. But there's no proration or anything. Does that answer your question?
No, it does. Like I said, they were just saying if you're paying membership for 6 months, then why can't you pay trail fees for 6 months? And then, so that's what they asked. So
nobody's even asked me that question. So, to be honest with you, we've collected a lot of them in the last month. So,
Ordinarily, the trail fees are collected before like June 30th or July 1st. They start the new year. So,
okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Stockwell, city update.
This past week, we had an excellent activity in the city cleanup project. We had 50 people who signed up to go out and clean up specifically identified areas. We had 6 containers throughout the community. By the end of the day, we had collected at least 12 containers full of waste that was diverted from, in many cases, the desert. We had the small mountain of mattresses and other recyclables that we're still sorting through and getting over to waste management. But it was a very successful day, in spite of the wind that came up later in the afternoon. And so, again, this Saturday we'll continue with the same program and encourage people to identify areas in their neighborhood that need cleaned up. Talk to their neighbors. Let you know that you can come out and we'll deal with the waste. And I think by the end of the month we will have made a big impact on the appearance of the community. So it was a great success. Heard a lot of good comments from the people who are out working hard, getting the waste taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. City Manager, we're still up here. We're still having issues with our phone system here in City Hall.
Yes, we are.
Do you have any idea when we may be able to resolve this?
We're currently researching and pricing. Go ahead, Craig, if you want.
So I've received our first quote from the one vendor, so we are adamantly working on it. We've had to really define things because the system is rather old, and it was through a PBX that was originally installed in the police department that actually controls all the city facilities. And we've had problems with those lines. Public Works is no longer on that system because it literally went down, and for about 6 months we didn't have phones, period. So that now is not using any phone lines, and I've got the one quote, so we're analyzing it right now, which would be an independent voice over IP. We're going away from the phone lines or network. So one is a standalone, totally wireless through Verizon is one vendor we're looking at, and Frontier is giving us another quote. And I usually tend to stay with companies that tend to not disappear, so you don't buy a system or service that you can't maintain. So I'm trying to stick with companies that we kind of know aren't going to just sell us a bunch of equipment and then a year or 2 or 5 later we lose all service. So anyway, I've got the first quote. We're analyzing it right now, and I'm supposed to be getting the other one very soon from Frontier. So it's complicated because of that PBX. It's not just come switch things out, because all of the phones work through a mobile network in that PBX at PD. So there's a lot of numbers associated with it that you don't ever see. But these networks will do the same thing and have rolling numbers. They'll have, what we're doing is it'll be voice over IP, so we're going to rerun all the wireless to the buildings, to all the stations. We'll have a unit set within chambers, which will be a conference room. We'll have the closed session all set up with conference, so those can be utilized that way. So it'll be a modern system.
Just a comment on that. Just realize VoIP, if the internet goes down, you're done. So
well, that's why one of the systems isn't tied to the internet at all. it loops right in wirelessly to Verizon's system. There are no phone lines dedicated to it. It is a wireless system. So
Yeah,
their whole system would have to go down.
And that happens. So
It does.
Thank you, sir. Did you have anything else, Bob? No. Okay. AB 1234, council updates?
I don't have any coming up until 2 weeks.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
Yes. What would you expect less? I attended my last Current Economic Development Corporation board meeting. The next one will be after this is over, in December. And then I also attended we were invited, you might have remembered, Mr. O.C. Crawford came to our council meeting from Bakersfield, and he has the True Love Tribe. And what he did this year is what he did last year, as he invited all of the mayors in Kern County to attend a presentation and an honor for all the mayors in Kern County. So I was very honored to attend, got a nice little trophy and a lot of certificates from Congressman McCarthy through most of the assembly, and it was I was honored to represent you at that event. Let's see, and after that, you know what, Chief? Why don't you bring up, if you don't mind, National Night Out, the numbers that were there, if you don't mind, if you have them, because that's another thing that we did have that was significant since our last meeting.
Sure. Yeah. I'll go by numbers of hot dogs.
That would do.
I think we had at least 300 because everyone got a ticket for a hot dog, and those went out, I think, within the first hour. So I think we got another 250, and those lasted about another hour. So I'd say, and many of you were here or present, I would say it's close to between 600 and 700 that were there.
I would say
throughout the day.
Very close, if not that accurate, because there were just so many more people than they've ever been before. I think this is the largest event that we have had.
Yes.
Very much so.
Yeah, a lot of word got out, a lot of volunteerism that helped out, a lot of staff helped out.
Yeah.
So.
It was a good job, and I want to thank all the volunteers, all the booth. I see a lot of faces. The same faces are volunteering on a lot of things in our community, and I want to thank all of them too, because they help also make this a very successful event for the community. So with that, that's all I have on AB 1234. So we will move into civic, community, and organizations announcements. And if you don't mind, are you going to do, Carolyn, are you going to do Lions Club? Okay. Okay, then you got it. Okay. So she's got
all in 3 minutes.
Many hats, many hats.
Carlinda Batiste, California City hosts Lions First. We're having our annual steak and chicken dinner. If you have not been there, you don't want to miss it. Tickets are $20. It will be October 13th at the American Legion. It's a great partnership with the Lions Club and the American Legion. We divide after the cost for the meal. We divide the proceeds so that the American Legion has a gift and the Lions Club has a gift. Moving on to Parks and Recreation, we are gearing up for our second annual concert in the park. It was supposed to be this past July, but it was postponed to October 20th. I'm praying that the wind stays still because we have a wonderful band who's well known in the community from here to Ridgecrest. Posters are all the way in Jawbone at the tourist center. They're all around town. They're in the post office. They're in City Hall. They're in people's windows, businesses. Flyers have been sent out. We're going to have a fantastic kids corner where Retro is bringing their massive 50-foot or so long foot trailer that has all the games inside for the older children, the teenagers. We have the Girl Scouts. Both troops are going to be doing a potato sack race, three-legged race, toss the beanbag, this kind of game, that kind of game. And we also have a donation of a bouncy house slide. So it's truly something for everyone. It's a family event. Everybody come out. The adults will be entertained. The children will be entertained. We have commitments from the CERTs, the Lions, and the American Legion to serve as security that day, so we won't be short of anybody in presence. They will all be in their gear. They're going to be, the American Legion is going to be there the entire day. CERTs is going to be there the entire day. CERTs, American Legion, and Lions Club. We're all going to be in our jackets. I'm going to have like 3 different clothes outfits on. And last but not least, and I can really make this announcement very shortly now, but our harvest day for the 4 Cs is November, the first Sunday in November. So my time is winding down. You'll get more information at our next city council meeting on the 4th, the next one. I'll bring the information for the 4 Cs. Thank you.
Carolinda, I just want to say you do so much for our community.
I love this city.
I just love it when you come up here because you're a bundle of smiles and you have lots of positive things, and it's been a real honor.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank my husband.
Appreciate it. No, 2 more. 2 more. We've got to catch him when you can. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Shelly White. This is Z. She's like Madonna. She just has one name. We're here representing First Baptist Church tonight and just wanting to let everyone know that we are having our 3rd annual trunk or treat on Halloween night. Our first year we had like 300 people. Last year we had 600, and this year we're preparing for 750. And it is Halloween night from 6 to 8, so it doesn't conflict with the high school one either. And it's free. And there's going to be games, hot dogs, and tons of trunks and candy. And we just wanted to let everyone know and get the word out. First Baptist Church.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And we've got a flyer that's going down for us right now, coming down the dais for
Chief,
that.
last year you had 2 units there
on
the south end for about an hour. We're going to have at least 4 church members for security. But it gets awful dark at that time. We only had 2 incidents last year. But
we're putting way more lights up this year, and I already talked to your secretary or events person. I don't know if they told you yet, but to see if you guys wanted to do a trunk.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you very much, ladies. And you're looking at 2 more faces that I see all over town doing things. So thank you very much for what you do as well. Okay. More?
Good evening, Mayor Wood, Council. I am DJ Tuig, representing mycalcity.org. Civic announcement tonight has to do in somewhat with our inherent passion to influence public policy here in California City for the long-term benefit and quality of life in our community. 6 years ago, we actually thought we could change the world. In fact, I think we've changed more than anything else. We also note the amount of time that it takes away from our families to advocate for public policy, and so it's easy for us to understand the amount of time that you must take to advocate for what you believe is best for the community as well. We know that you've heard an earful over the past several years, whether it be the parcel tax reduction plans, no more parcel tax, or work on the cannabis business tax, and we appreciate your support on the cannabis business tax. Whether it be the water standby fee or Prop 218 legal requirements, government efficiency studies or budget recommendations, even planning and development practices. We know you've heard an earful. Our families have put up with our time away, and you've put up with us also. Tonight we have a gesture of goodwill. We'd like Miss Denise to hand out to you some healthy treats. They're CBD infused. No, I'm kidding. We just want to thank you for your ear. We want to thank you for your ear and your listening to our policy considerations.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all you've done, too.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your advocacy.
Thank you, DJ.
for a bunch of fruits. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Barbara Lindsay. I've lived here in California City close to 30 years. And I've attended several meetings, and I just want to, for some reason, from my heart, I want everyone in the room to know that I appreciate you. And I want to thank you for what you're doing and what you have yet to do. And I read a little something, and I thought I would like to share with everyone in the room this evening. It says, in a world where rudeness is the norm and acts of kindness often make people more suspicious, this reminds us of the power that we have to make the world a better place, simply by being polite. Life helps us spot opportunities to treat others with respect, not because they have earned it, but because they deserve it as fellow human beings. And from my heart, I want to say to everyone this evening, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And thank you for all your contributions to our community as well. We have quite a few.
Lou Peralta, ADC. I'd just like to remind everyone that, and I'm a little early, but I'll be out of town for a few days. October 18th, which is a Thursday, we'll have our monthly breakfast. And again, we'd like to invite all the candidates, if they can make it, to the breakfast. We're not going to throw any biscuits or anything at you, but we're going to give you a chance to say your piece. And you can say a lot to us because we're willing to listen. We want to ask questions. We want to listen. And if you want to pick up for the breakfast, that's fine too. Anyway, October 18th, Thursday, 8 o'clock in the morning at Coyote Cafe. Coyote Cafe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lou. And that might bring up something else that's happening.
Lou, that was a fantastic race you put on last week.
Oh, yeah.
Great event.
It was a lot of
Had
fun.
a great time. Thank you for that.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
In Pastor Ron's absence.
You have to pull down the mic.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
He asked me to make an announcement that on October the 15th at the Victory Baptist Church in the big room in the back, that there is a candidates night. It's not an organized type presentation, but all the candidates that can come that want to, and each candidate will have their own table and be able to take questions on a one-to-one basis from any of the citizens that would like to ask those questions. It's not a big group thing to get 5 answers to one question. It's something that the people might want to have a specific question to a specific candidate that doesn't apply to another candidate. So it's from 6 to 7:30. It's a Monday night, October the 15th, and Channel 23 will be in attendance, so you'll get to be on the TV. Thank you.
Okay, now that just ripped it for me, I'm not going. But I do have something else to say, too, unless anybody else has any community announcements. We have a flyer out there, a poster that was updated. Keep in mind the Finance Summit is being hosted in California City or brought to California City from the SBDC, Small Business Development Center. They are coming here. It starts at 7:30 in the morning at the Arts and Community Center, correct? And this is an opportunity. They have all types of funding that they're going to talk about, venture capital, all kinds of vehicles and instruments. I know I'll be there in the morning to kick things off, and then I'm hitting the road. So, but please mark your calendars. If you have business expansion, you want to start up a new business, this is the opportunity to see what's available out there from all the different funding sources that you can have. And anyone else have any other civic and community? Oh, I'm sorry, the 19th, the very next day after the other thing. So it'd be the 19th, Friday the 19th at 7:30 a.m. And you can RSVP also if you'd like, I believe. Brenda? Excuse me, pardon me. They can RSVP to go or just show up? Just show up. And they're going to have some... Yep, Arts and Community Building in Central Park. So please take that opportunity. You never know. You might have an epiphany on how to fund something. It's a good opportunity for our city, too, to bring them here. They will be in Bishop right before this, and they're driving down to our community. So no other community in East Kern County is going to have this, so it's a big deal. Anything else for community, civic and community? All right. If not, public business from the floor. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the City Council on any matter not on this agenda and over which the City Council has jurisdiction. Please state your name for the record and limit your comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Yes. That's it. Public business. Anyone?
Hi, Shelley White again. I was just wondering if you had heard anything about the natural gas propane situation.
I have.
Yay.
I have. As a matter of fact, if you were to go to the CPUC's website, there is something we did mention at the last meeting. Bob brought it up that they're only going to do 224 homes. I encourage you to read this document. If you've got something to write down, Rulemaking 15-03-010. They are going to have some additional public opportunities to speak in November. The place that they're not coming to Bakersfield, but they're going to go to the air quality, Kern Air Quality or San Joaquin Air Quality building and open up their their video teleconferencing, because they're going to be they're going to be in Fresno. Hold on, if you give me a second, let me give you those dates. Or if we'll move on and I can get you those dates. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right.
Can you just give me that website again?
It is Rulemaking 15-03-010.
Slower. 15-
03.
Got it.
-010. I can be quick. I'm sorry. But this is what's called the Assigned Commissioners Ruling Proposal, Phase 2, Pilot Projects in 12 Communities in the San Joaquin Valley and Noticing All Party Meeting.
Okay.
That's a long title. And when I find these, I will let you know.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere until we get that information. Thank you for asking, though. Okay.
Good evening, Al Hudson. What I'm going to talk about is California State Proposition 25 that was passed in 2010. What that has to do with was the elimination of the 4/5 vote. And the analogy is that at the last council meeting last week, this emergency meeting, the 4/5 vote was eliminated. When the state eliminated the 4/5 vote requirement for the adoption of a budget, they put sanctions in place. The sanctions were that the legislators and those on the budget would forfeit their pay until the budget was in place, adopted, and passed. If the city is eliminating the 4/5 vote requirement, they should also impose the sanctions on the city manager for not having a viable budget in place, because we're going along spending money with no controls, just saying, okay, well, let's just vote on it and see if we want to spend it. But there's no excuse for not having sanctions as the state has put in place. The next item I'm going to talk about is the sale of surplus property. That comes under Government Code 37421. We've sold city property to individuals without compliance on that, and I'd like to know why the city attorney has not advised the council to comply with this. City Attorney?
First off, what are you talking about? What city property are you talking about?
I think I speak English.
No, what city property? I'm not
City
familiar. I think it's a fair question to ask you.
Well, you sold.
What did we sell?
You sold the Meister equipment properties up there.
That's on the agenda
RDA.
tonight. That's
And
on the
you
agenda
sold
tonight.
Canna.
That's on the agenda tonight.
Yes. Now, are you familiar with the Government Code 37421, which has
If that's
specific
regarding the items on the agenda, we can hold that discussion until that time.
Okay, fine, let's do that.
Okay.
And be in compliance with everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Could I announce something real quick? You have got your pencils handy? I found the dates. This is called an all-party meeting on November 1st, 2018, from 4:45 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't write down Fresno. It is in Fresno. And a public participation hearing on the same day, November 1st, 2018, 6:15 p.m. to be held at the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Central Office Governing Boardroom. That's at 1990 East Gettysburg Avenue in Fresno. And the remote access is San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Northern Office, 4800 Enterprise Way, Modesto, California, 93356, and the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Southern Office, 34946 Flyover Court, Bakersfield, California. At that last location, unless you want to go to the other ones, I'm giving you all the information, they will be able to telephonically or video this with them. Again, on November 7th at 6 p.m. in Tulare, will be held at Tulare Council Chambers at 475 North M Street, Tulare, California, 93274. I encourage you to take a look at this document. Just take a good look at it and make your own mind up about it. There are some concerns in there. There are some concerns. So the 1st and the 7th. And the 7th, you will not have any remote opportunities. You have to be there if you want to speak. But that is actually all covered in within the first couple of pages of this document. The document, I think, is around 55 pages long. But it's worth reading it because it talks to the options that will be offered to the different communities, to include California City's gas option and California City's all-electric option. So really, I encourage you to read that document. And if you can, if we can get a carpool together, if people are interested, it's very important that you attend. Thank you all very much. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Alan Bell, California City. Now the city has taken back the golf course, and they're working with it somewhere or another. It would be very nice to send a nice letter from the city manager or the attorney even. He plays golf. If he doesn't, he should. And have a Tiger Woods Day now that he's back. Doesn't cost anything but a stamp to send a letter. And ask him if he'd like to come up and reopen our golf course to the championship quality it was at one time. We used to have championship golfing up here with movie stars and other people all the time. We got away from that. That's because it went over privately or whatever you want to call it. But it's time we do something, reach out to someone who has some quality golf. And I believe it would really help out our golf course. And Tiger Woods, you know.
That's a good idea. I wrote him already, so he hasn't written back. Yes, sir.
Lou Peralta, California City. You have to excuse me. I had my eyes dilated this afternoon, and everything looks wonderful. You guys look terrific. Jeez, it's the best you've looked in years. Let me tell you. You too, Bob. I don't want to leave you out. Now, what I'm going to say is kind of not a scolding and not a suggestion, nothing bad. It's just ideas that I have. Chief, I tried to get a hold of you last week and today again about 7 times. Can't get to you. Bob and I spoke, I think it was a couple of days ago, and I told him about the problems with the telephone. You brought it up. It's been brought up many years here now. And you indicated to me that you brought up some solutions, and the city council didn't really listen to it, or maybe I got it wrong. Regardless, here's the deal. And I heard Craig saying that he's looking at new systems and all that good stuff. And yes, we need to move up a little bit and get new systems. But what I'm going to tell you is the absolute facts. And it's in basic business 101 that I took back in 1961 when I was at the bank. The most important person in an organization is your receptionist, is your phone person. The first person that anyone reaches to your company, to your organization, has to be a living, articulating body who can say, good morning, sir, good afternoon, madam, how can I help you, how may I help you, where can I transfer you, and stuff like that. You can have the greatest phone system in the world. And I got to tell you, the biggest turnoff for me, and I think a lot of people, especially in business, is to get to that phone and get that answering machine. Thank you for calling me. So I urge you, whatever system you wind up, the most important person in the personnel of the California city, this includes from the top to the bottom, and the one you should spend the money on is the person who's going to answer the phone first before anybody else. Whether it's our city people here that need some problems solved or somebody who's looking to come into California City. And if you don't do that, you're just doing it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we've had volunteers, too, to do that. But, didn't last long. Any more public business from the floor?
Jim Creighton, California City. I have a comment and a couple of questions. First is a comment. The farm animals at the shelter are destroying the kennels that are there. They've been there for well over 2 years now. The care and feeding and the time it takes to clean up after them is costing the city in excess of $200,000. That's money that the city doesn't have. This court case with the owner of these animals has been kicked down the road with continuance after continuance, and I thought we were going to get more involved in that. The city can't afford these animals, let alone replacing these kennels. They run about $1,000 a piece, and there's 15 of them for replacement. Then I have a question. When is the master fee schedule going to be brought up for review?
It's supposed to be annually, so we need to look at doing that sometime very, very soon. Bob, what do you recommend?
Well, we should bring it up as we finalize the budget so that we can correlate the two.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And last question and another comment. Which city employees are authorized to bring city vehicles home? Note that I'm saying authorized versus allowed.
That's a good question. Who can answer that?
Nobody, huh?
Well, I think it would make more sense as we can bring a report back on those that are authorized. I think trying to shoot from the top of our head right now.
That's fine. I got a feeling that there's more being allowed than there are authorized. And then lastly, based on the telephone system, a friend of mine's son had applied during the last job fair you had. He's been trying to find out status on his application, leaves messages after messages after messages, and gets no phone call back.
Okay, that's not acceptable. Mary, could you get with him and get the information and get back to him? If you can get that information tonight, that would be great. Thank you for bringing all of that up. Very important stuff. Oh, by the way, before you start, what are we going to do about the animals and the destruction? What can we do?
Christian's office was monitoring the case, so I'm not sure where we're at.
Yeah, when that issue first, if I could, when that issue first came up and you wanted us to take, because basically it's a DA case, which we prepared for them, and they just sat on it. So the council wanted us to take it, so we got it all ready, and we went there, and then I guess they had the change in the DA, and they decided that they didn't want us to handle it. And they have the authority to allow us to do it or not, so now they've taken it back. But I was just texting David about that, and he was saying that they want to get it resolved and that they're close. So that
The
must
DA
mean
wants
that-
to allow
that-
it. Get it.
That they're going to prosecute it.
Okay.
So it's a bit frustrating. They're just, the DA is kind of sitting on it.
All right, did you have something?
Yes. Why can't the DA pay for the money of the housing, or why doesn't the DA take the animals?
Well, I guess we'd have to talk to them. They don't have an obligation to do that. Either that or we drop the case, maybe. I mean, might be another alternative.
Well, 200 and something thousand is a lot of money.
Understood. And so that's why we were prepared to prosecute it. We're still ready to prosecute it, but the DA kind of exercised jurisdiction there.
Well, if we could ask the DA, why don't they pony up some money, because we're keeping this for them, and they should share the burden.
We will have another discussion with them and find out.
Christian, why couldn't we drop?
Potentially, we could. So that's something we'll explore, whether they're going to go forward or drop it.
I mean, we've invested a lot up to this point. If you're not going to get a conviction and you're not going to humanely do something with the animals, we're continuing to buy all kinds of things that you'll see in the on the check register from time to time. So thank you very much. Thank you. Well, unless you have something, a suggestion.
No, it maybe kind of branching off the same topic. In the past, we've discussed maybe looking at the law firm taking lead on the prosecution of some of the local misdemeanors and Muni Code violations. So that may be a topic for future discussion.
Yeah, we've talked about that before, and maybe it's time to revisit that again.
I think in the long run, it may be cheaper to
It may well be. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, we tried to broach that once before. I don't know how far we got. Oh, clearly we didn't get very far because we're not doing it. So it's something.
That's a common issue. A lot of times there's things that are important in the community that we want to see prosecuted, but the DA just doesn't have time or resources.
Oh, yeah.
So you can do that if it's something you find
we've
important.
talked. Maybe we'll talk with Bob and we'll see when we can do something like that, maybe to expedite some of these cases. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Carlinda Batiste again. To that end about the animals, I don't know, this may be premature, but isn't there in Bakersfield like a zoo or something? Couldn't they, once the litigation is over, couldn't they be donated to the zoo?
The court could.
Okay, Chief.
Those animals are all spoken for if this case is adjudicated and he can't get it back.
Okay.
But he's not going to be able to afford to pay, so.
Right.
Those
So what?
animals are all ready to be adopted out.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else have any public business from the floor? Going. All right. We're moving on to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and non-controversial and will be approved by one motion if no member of the council, staff, or public wishes to comment or ask questions. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and there's a roll call vote required after this. Tonight, you have consent calendar 1, approved check registers dated through October 4th, 2018. CC2 is California City staffing document, fiscal year 2018-19, period ending October 4th, 2018. Consent calendar 3 is give second reading by title only with further reading waived and adopt ordinance number 18-768 of the City Council of the City of California City amending Chapter 3 of Firearms and Title 4 Public Safety of the California City Municipal Code regulating firearms. CC4 is approve the memoranda of agreement between the Kern Council of Governments acting as the Kern Motorist Aid Authority and the Kern County City of California City. CC5 is the biannual Conflict of Interest Code Review. Anyone have any comments, questions on CC1 through CC5?
Oh, yes. Good evening again. Al Hudson, CC1, check number 103717 to Keefe & Sons for $11,252.29. is that for a single repair, or what is it about?
No, sir, it was not. It was for Units 314 repair, Unit 206 repair, substantial repair, Unit 311 repair, and Unit 345 repairs and factory. I don't have the rest of it. It truncated off. So that's for multiple units.
Multiples, okay.
Okay.
Check number 103732. That's what I'm looking at there is there's about 4 checks going to different entities for for the TDS.
Correct.
And I'd like to know, is TDS been put into an enterprise fund yet so that we can track the revenue and expenses?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm getting a yes.
Okay, CC3. What I'd like to see there is some of these kids have these toy guns that resemble.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. CC3. Some children have toy guns that look like the real thing. And I think that there should be a clause in the city ordinance that these toy guns cannot have their red dot plugs removed so that there can be no accidental shootings and stuff like we've seen on the news. And CC5, I think that we should confirm that all departments use California licensed contractors. And that is the extent of my comments. Could I have comment on 3?
On CC?
On those plugs so that toy guns cannot be mistaken for the real thing.
Okay, that's not part of this particular ordinance at this time. It would be up to the chief of police to assess on that and bring that to council to add if he believes that's necessary, and it's very interesting. There was a case just today in court in Mojave about something like that, just today.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Okay, that's it. Anyone else have any other questions, comments on the consent calendar before I move it up here to council? No movement? Gentlemen, you have any questions?
One of my questions got answered that I sent, but I haven't heard the other ones yet from the email I sent.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I emailed. Okay. Well, the one was already answered. Okay. I'll get those answers later.
Do you have any questions?
I've got questions. You have questions? Yeah.
Whichever one of you would like to begin.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go with check number 103674, Victoria. I can't pronounce her last name. Dispensary permit refund. I didn't know. Pardon me? Can't hear you. Okay, I'll say again, check 103674, Victoria Espindola, dispensary permit refund, $3,258. I don't understand why we are taking permit money.
That was collected inadvertently when there was discussion about dispensary, and we're just refunding it because there was we were not taking applications then, and we aren't yet now. So.
Is that going to be the price of the permit?
It will vary depending upon whether they've been vetted already or not. So they will still, if someone who already has a permit, then the pay will be lower than somebody who has to start from square one.
Right. So, you have a question on that?
Yes, I did. I wanted to follow up on that.
Go ahead. I
can wait then. I'll wait.
The follow-up I had on that is it was collected inadvertently, and I just want to know how it was collected inadvertently when we hadn't approved dispensaries yet. We had no procedure before us for how we were going to do processing for dispensaries. It just seems really strange to me.
What occurred is that while the city ordinance, while the council had decided to reserve anything on that, it was not in the ordinance. And so as I was reading through the ordinance and we were taking the actions necessary, we said dispensaries are permitted. In the ordinance, it didn't say council had to go through that process. And so we talked to a few individuals and we're starting that process when it was called to my attention that separately the council had decided to reserve that decision to itself. And so that we corrected that and refunded the money. It took this long for them to come forward to ask for their money back. But yeah, so it happened last probably January or February.
Okay, this is for Mr. Platt. It's the Phase 1 boosters 063991 and then CM 051408. Did we buy 2 phase boosters for that at $10,810?
Where are you actually looking?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ferguson Waterworks. It would be page 3 of the check register.
Check number 103707.
Bottom of the page. Is one a minus? There it is.
It's a credit right there, a credit.
I didn't see that. So
Because the math wouldn't have worked. 14.
That's what I
20.
was going to say. Yeah, that was my next
That's
question.
a credit, yeah.
So did we buy a booster or did we just?
There actually is 2. So there's 2 in every set of facilities. So you have your primary and your secondary, and they alternate. So if one fails, you have a backup.
Okay. So I see here that one was a minus, so obviously they balance each other out. Keefe and Sons was taken care of. Okay, get to the mic. Check number 103720, Manning and Cass Elrod. Says Flores claim. Now, is that attorney's fees that we're paying?
That is correct.
$2,818?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. And then the last one that I have is on page 7. Check number 103733, RMC Water and Environment. I believe that's the IRWIMP where we just paid them another $45,094.30.
Yes, and those are all pass-throughs. So when we get billed, then we bill them back over the state within that roughly $40,000 grant.
So we pay it and they reimburse us. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Because I saw in there that after July 28th, they were no longer going to reimburse cities for those funds. So that's why I was concerned.
That's actually a locked-in grant for roughly $40,000.
Okay. I believe
Anything else, sir?
that's all I have on the check register.
Council, actually, Councilmember Ferris, just to be aware, there is a challenge going on right now, a legal challenge that was some comments that were issued, and they're having to be responded to by the group. So there probably will be some cost going in the future related to that, because we have to make sure that that plan continues to go forward. So I just wanted to be sure to fully respond to that. What you're asking about is work related to the grant, but be aware that, and don't be surprised in the future, because that just actually happened in the last couple of weeks. And we're
I was just, again, concerned about whether we were going to be reimbursed for the monies or not.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to revisit 103707. So, Craig, you said that we were buying 2 pumps, yet it shows that a charge was made and a refund was made, so actually we bought no pumps? Is that what you're saying?
No, that was something I reported back a long time ago. So both of those are installed, and
each pump is 800 GPM pump when both of them previously were 800 or 300 and roughly 40 GPM. So no, those have been actually installed as described originally.
So when did we pay for them here, or did we pay and then turn the money back because there's a plus and there's a minus?
No, that was actually a contract. So remember we had to order the housing. The housing was delayed. One housing actually was repaired. The second one was non-repairable. But that was all part of a bid that went in there. There was other things we've bought since then, which I also brought was the checks, which had to be custom ordered because there's a swing check in front of every single pump to keep the water from pushing back into the turbine. Those have been replaced. I couldn't tell you offhand if that came in because those took a long time to ever get. So I'm not sure what that is.
I understand, but I'm trying to stay on point here, and that is you have a phase 1 booster pump in here. So was a phase 1 booster pump purchased?
Yes.
Okay, so then we should have a positive, there shouldn't be the minus on there.
Well, unless they double billed us and they credited us back for it. And that's highly possible. I don't know. I didn't see this.
Okay, can
you
you
pull
and
103?
finance get on that too, so we can find out?
Actually, you got 103. That's 103707 is sitting in that box somewhere. I know because I put it in there after I signed it. There it is. Amazing.
Yeah, because that, I believe, was completed, the actual boosters, yes, 5-6 months ago.
That's why I was concerned about the payment just coming up now.
Yeah, and they were, I think, 50s, and those were upgraded to 100-horse turbines, and the bowls and everything were replaced.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find out about the when it was paid.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's giving me facts about the pump. I don't need that. I just need to know when it was paid or not paid.
So on September, June 6th, we received a credit of 2008-10. And it was for the order of ship two of the check valve.
Actually, could you put the mic over?
Okay, so those are the swing checks that were identified in there that we had to order. Those aren't the actual pumps. They're installed on phase 1 and phase 2 boosters within phase 1.
And they're not
those
cheap.
are the swing checks.
And then on September 22nd, which is what we're dealing with now, the invoice for $10,810.80. The credit is due, which is third quarter of the bill, and so it's credited a negative balance on the account, and the second one being the 10,810.
Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because you told me that there's two. You told us that there are two pumps.
And they were
at
replaced.
$10,810.
No, that was actually, the contract was roughly about $30,000, if I'm not mistaken, to actually replace the boosters, the pumps. And update the electrical was all done and as a project.
Understand, but what I'm trying to find out is where the city has paid for two $10,810 pumps, and I can see we had a credit for one, but I don't see any indication of for the other one.
Let's clarify. The cost of it was two pumps
Okay, these are not the pumps. These are the swing checks installed off of the pumps that keep the water from backing up.
Does it sound like perhaps it's a nomenclature issue that maybe we should have looked at a little closer, or is that what it's called?
They're swing checks.
Yeah, but not, I know.
But
Or maybe it truncated off of the type in that they do for the narrative, for the description, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure how they type them in.
Thank you.
The actual description is for the 12 flag SLNT globe check valve.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, and it's for 1 or 2? Okay. 2.
Mhm.
And both are 10,000? Okay,
Yes.
then that makes sense.
Okay.
Any more questions for you? Any more questions for you? Okay, I have a question. Let's go to consent calendar 2 item. I just have 3 very quick questions to ask. Who is doing our background investigations for all employees? I mean, yes, ma'am, but give her a mic unless you're answering.
On all other city employees is done on a case-by-case basis. And we have used the same firm that does the background checks on cannabis when we felt like there was a need to do a criminal check on city employees. But for safety employees, the chief can address that.
Okay.
It's JJK. I forgot what the rest of the name is. They're at Tehachapi. They do background checks. Work for. I'm gonna not pronounce this right. So the Irma.
Irma. You got it
okay.
Right.
Irma cases. But JJK out of Tehachapi is doing our backgrounds right now.
Okay. Do all employees get background checks?
No.
Okay. Which ones do not?
Well, the most recent one, other than safety employees that I can recognize, is when the firm that we were doing the recruitment for, the finance director did the background check on them as part of the contract. And so unless it's something that indicates a safety-sensitive position, we do not routinely do background checks.
Okay. Because just a comment here, I think there needs to be a degree of separation between interested departments and their employees, no matter who it is, no matter what department it is. So it sounds like you've got that taken care of. And do employees go through, I guess this is a follow-up, unfortunately, to that on the degree of separation. After a period of time, do you have reason to check other employees after they've been employed for a period of time if they change positions from one critical position to another?
I can speak on the public safety portion. On public safety staff, they are live scanned through DOJ and FBI. And once they are scanned as an applicant for a law enforcement agency, they're then flagged. So at any time they're arrested in California or Hawaii, we would get teletype that this employee was arrested and would get an update. And that flag stays on until we send the cancellation.
But would you have any reason for sending a cancellation? Hold on. They stay in the system.
Right.
And if they do something wrong, okay, the flag, you're going to remove the flag after you've investigated or had somebody investigate the situation.
Yeah, until they, let's say they do something in Nevada, they're arrested and maybe they're no longer with the city, that we would send them an update to say, oh, thank you, they're no longer employed, they have not been with our department for 3 years, please remove them from our list, whatever it is.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Just really important that we know who we're hiring and all those kind of good things. Anyone? Grab a mic. Give her. Oh, okay.
First of all employees that hire into the city receive some type of a background check. So it may be different levels. So all general employees that are hired for clerical jobs, public works jobs, that's a background done, I do those. If anybody comes back with a background that is not good, then I talk to that candidate and we normally reject the application. If a person is working for the city, I will receive a notice if something has happened in their life, they've been arrested, and so that's handled appropriately if necessary. All higher paid positions are actually done by, I usually contact a background investigator that's not with the city. That person does backgrounds for all of the higher paid positions that's in City Hall and Public Works. Now, the police department handles all of their background checks. I do not do any of the police department background, so Chief Hurtado takes care of those.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions from up here? Looking for a motion?
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, could you roll call us?
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
No on CC1 103716. Yes on everything else.
Motion carried.
So next thing, oh, you want the number again? I'll give you the number. Okay. So next thing we're moving into is the finance director appointment, and we'll, because we're not going to do the, oh, you came in late. We're going to move public hearing 1, new business 2, and new business 3 together, because Mayor Pro Tem Gomez has to recuse himself. So for essence of time, we're going to move new business 1 up, and then we'll get to the public hearing, okay? So let's move into new business 1, finance director appointment. Thank you, Mr. Stockwell.
I'm trying to find it on my agenda here. I remember it well. So I'd like to introduce to the council and to our audience here, Mr. Diego Ibanez, who has applied for and has successfully gone through the process of being selected by me to recommend to the council approval of appointing him to be the city's finance director. He brings a variety of finance-related experience combined with an excellent educational credentials. And in the interviews with him, I found that he had the demeanor we needed, one of thoroughness, but not negativity, who would come in and be able to pull together a group that we've been struggling with trying to fill and staff appropriately for the last several months. And so I'm very comfortable in recommending that we we bring him on board as our finance director. He will be able to come on November 1st because there's some activities between now and then that he was committed to that have to be completed. And so with that, if you have questions, we're ready to answer those questions. Go forward from there.
Okay, gentlemen, you have any questions?
Go ahead. I don't.
No? Go ahead.
I looked at your resume, and impressive resume, but one thing that worries me about your resume is the short tenure at so many different places. Can you explain that?
Good evening, everyone. The short tenure at certain places was due to big macro events. Having had a background in finance in 2008 had led to me joining certain firms where they had a strategy of increasing the company, but then later on, due to macro events, they actually had to rechange that strategy. And first they did severe aggressive hiring, then they did aggressive layoffs. So some of those tenures is due to macro events and nothing else.
And following up on that, I see you have your master's in finance, but what about accounting? Being an accountant myself, I mean, I appreciate finance people, but nuts and bolts here of, the finance department is the accounting side of it.
Oh, absolutely. My financial skills or my concentration in finance is very strong, but you can't have finance without having a solid foundation in accounting. Accounting is the groundwork for finance, and I think that I've been able to partner the two subjects together.
Sir, you have any questions?
Answered.
Carlos, any question? Okay. Public, do you have any questions? Anyone from the public have any questions?
Here comes Al.
Hold on.
It's obvious your credentials precede you. And I've interviewed many people in my professional life. Generally, what I look for is, once you get in, how you perform. 'Cause that's ultimately what matters. Some people come very well qualified on paper, and they don't do so well. And some people are a little bit short on the credentials, and then they excel. So I look forward to seeing you do great things here in our community. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, sir. And there's a gentleman behind you that has a question, so if you will step aside, he can come up and ask that question, and I appreciate that very much, sir.
Good evening, Al Hudson. I kind of mirror Councilman Stump's concern about the longevity in various with various companies.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
Okay. I said I kind of mirror
Thank you.
Councilman Stump's concerns about the longevity in the various companies and such. But what I don't see is governmental accounting, and in the education field, I do not see the certification or qualification of government accounting, because as Councilman Stump and I both know, that is a specialized field. I study it, he studied it, and that is a requirement for most municipalities. I also don't see where the applicant has budgetary experience in setting up government accounting and budgeting, and I'd like him to address those concerns. Because as we know, I'd like to have him comment on GASB, FASB, and others. And that will give an indication of whether or not he is well qualified in government accounting. Could you
Mayor,
have him take the stand, please?
Yes, sir.
I think it's
Excuse me, Al.
inappropriate for the public to question an applicant for work in the city.
Right.
I will respond to the issues if that's all you. If you have anything else, Mr. Hudson, on this particular thing.
Understand.
I'm going to be addressing the council, not you. Okay.
Well, I can still listen.
Yeah, good.
And if you have a
So if you'll turn to, you look at the experience where he's currently working at the city of Santa Monica,
Mhm.
where he works as the financial. Are you done? You have no more questions?
Yes, and if you and after you give your
Why don't you give us the rest of your
reciting,
questions,
I
sir?
I still have time left, and I may have to.
There's going to be,
another
this is
question.
not going to be a back and forth. If you have some more
I
questions.
have time left, Madam Mayor.
So give us your questions.
Respect it.
I am ask your questions, please, sir.
You can go ahead and answer. I'm not stopping him from answering, and I'm not interfering.
Well, we got ourselves a little standoff then, because I need for you to ask your questions so that we can answer all of your questions as a body of work.
Well, I don't have any any facts that Mr. Stockwell may be presenting.
Okay. I'm prepared. We
Go
can
for
deal
it.
with that. I don't control what he does.
If you're done with your questions.
Shut up, too, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Hudson, that's very disrespectful, and no one's been
Care.
disrespectful to you.
Now,
Please
you're
have a
telling
seat.
me telling me to
You said you're
sit down
done.
is-
Please have a seat, sir. Please.
And
Please
I
have a
still
seat.
reserve my 45 seconds.
We're not reserving anything, sir. You said you were done.
I did not say I was done.
Okay, got 45 seconds to ask anything?
In 45 seconds, Mr. Stockwell, does the applicant have an education in government finance from a accredited university?
Thank you, sir.
That is a separate course, and it runs about $10,000 at a accredited university. Does he have that or not?
Thank you, sir.
Answer.
You'll get those. Have a seat.
So, Mayor and members of the council, the public, currently Mr. Ibanez is working for the city of Santa Monica, which is a governmental entity where he's a financial analyst over their transit program, which probably by itself exceeds what we operate our entire city, where he does exactly the same kinds of things that we need to have done there. The current contract analysis, budget preparation, preparation of the annual financial reports, all of the key elements of what we do, and so that's where his most recent experience is. From Indiana University Kelley School of Business, he carries a Master's of Business Administration with a major in finance. From Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs, a Master of Public Administration and Administration. My experience is these are both excellent universities. He prepared himself with a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science and Legal Studies. These universities stand out in all elements of their business programs, and certainly all of them have rigorous financial elements to their programs, and that's why I was very comfortable in being able to, as I met with Ibanez, to recognize that he brought with us some hands-on experience in California with public finance, but has a broader experience across many different areas that will complement us. I think the most important thing that we need in Cal City right now are people who want to come in, work hard, learn, adapt to what is unique in Cal City, and be able to then move forward in accomplishing what we need to as an organization, and I think he brings all of those things here. And as we go through all of the applicants that we look for in Cal City, one of the most important things that I counsel the department is looking for is to look for teachable people who can come and learn, because we are a small organization, we can't always command people who have the exact spot-on experience that we need, but we certainly can train them. The prior finance director is a good example of that, who came to us with no local government financial experience, but a degree and teaching experience in accounting, and proved that in a short period of time she was able to grasp all of the nuances of public sector finance. Our excellent accountant, who decided to move on to another job in Ventura, also came to us with an accounting degree but no municipal government experience. He learned everything that he knows about municipal finance here. He was taught. He did a great job. He kept our books in top shape, and I think we have now another applicant in an extremely important position in the city that will bring that ability to learn and adapt to what is unique in California City.
Thank you very much, Bob. And since there is no apology, I apologize for the way you gentlemen were treated, and the public for having to go through that as well. We should have some more decorum. Of course, in our nation, across the country, there's zero decorum anywhere anymore. So, Mr. Ibanez? Okay, he's teaching me. See, so Ibanez. Better. Okay. I was impressed with what I had to see and what I read here on your qualifications, and I look forward, if the council approves this recommendation, to seeing what you can do for us and working with you and working with some real challenges that we're going to have over the next 6 years if you have not been given the preamble to what's coming. There are a lot of things, a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of challenges, financial challenges, and you got a taste of the environment we work in.
Yes, no, I certainly welcome the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Anyone else have anything? No, we haven't voted. No, we're just going to let him go. No vote. No vote. Thanks for watching out, though, Christian, because you never know. I've slippery slope up here. I know, picking on poor Christian. I know. And I know. Hey, you're doing fine. Thank you. So, council, any other questions? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
To authorize the city manager to appoint Diego Ibanez.
And I will second that.
Ibanez. Okay, 2 teachers in the room for me. Thank you, Lou.
That's why I just said I make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the table and we've got a second. There's going to be money involved in this. Madam Clerk, would you please roll call us, please?
Councilmember McGuire?
Absolutely, yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Wood?
Ditto with that. Absolutely, yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Motion
Welcome
carried.
to our community. Thank you. So at this time, if you'd like to stay, we're going to move into public hearing number 1. After you have to state it.
I will now recuse myself from this meeting for the reason of being property owner and business owners in the cannabis industry.
And that's for PH1, NB2, and NB3?
No. Oh, yes, 2 and 3. Yeah, that would be for public hearing 1, NB2, and NB3. And if we could keep the chatter down, we're already having a hard enough time hearing through the mics that are working. When people are talking in the audience, we can't hear you.
Councilmember Gomez, just for the record, it's not that you have an interest in this particular project. It's that you have an interest in other projects and you're trying to avoid any kind of appearance of impropriety. Yeah, just wanted to be clear.
Okay, and thank you once again before we get into this. And thank you too, Bob. All right, Craig, you're on deck. And since this is a public hearing, give me this.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, well, let me just go by this. Hold on, stand by 1. Let me do it the right way. Just give me a minute. We got a lot of paper up here. Too much paper. We should go to digital everything.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
That would be. Stand by 1, please. And he's... Okay, so I'm going to read the item, and the item is public hearing 1. Now I lost public hearing 1. This is usually not this way. Now I don't know how to pronounce this, but I'm going to say the Parzik Family Trust, represented by Patricia Resnick, 1214 Dally Road, Ojai, California. And this is a public hearing to consider recommending approval of an initial study, negative declaration, and general plan amendment 18-4, in parentheses GPA 18-04, and the adoption of zone change 18-4, ZC 18-04 for a 10-acre parcel located 0.2 miles east of Nerelia Road and 0.18 miles north of Lindbergh Boulevard in Section 27, Township 32, Range 38, APN 229-010-13 in the County of Kern, California City 93505. The project certifies a negative declaration per sequa in order to rezone and amend the general plan from ORA, Open Space Residential Agricultural ORA, to M1 Light Industrial and Research Zone to accommodate industries like solar companies, storage facilities, and or cannabis industries. So that is reading, and I'm opening the public hearing. Craig, that's a long title, by the way.
Mayor, Council, and public, thank you very much again for reading my staff report. This is another follow-up from the Planning Commission because it is a zone change. Obviously, it goes through the Planning Commission and then is final adoption by the City Council. This property is surrounded by other projects that were rezoned and is contiguous to the properties around it that were also converted from O/RA to M1. The Planning Commission approved this moving forward to the City Council.
Okay, Council, do you have any questions?
I was just a little confused because it didn't have a distance of 4.5 north.
Of course.
Cheap shot. I'm sorry.
I know. Anyone have any questions about this?
I've brought this up before. You know, we keep going and getting more and more property converted. And we have a lot of property that has already been converted. And what is happening is people who have already invested a lot of money into trying to get electricity to their property or water or whatever, and done all kinds of financial investment. By opening more and more, what we're doing is we are lowering the value because, I mean, we need to set a time where we have enough property that's opened up for M1, and we need to encourage. I see many people here who have received licenses, and what we need to do is encourage them so that they can get growing on theirs. I mean, we have over 200 and something licenses out there. And so, you know, this one I can see, but I mean, we need to get to the point where we have enough, and we need to do everything in our power to assist people who already have licenses to get all the paperwork done, come up with, and I've asked this time and time again, and I've been told it's on the internet and they can go and find out, but we need to make it so that investors can have a smooth, quick way legally, but a smooth, quick way with questions answered by the staff here in the city on getting their properties going. So, like I said, I can see this one, but we need to put our emphasis on helping the people who already have licenses to get going.
And I know the staff, we absolutely 100% agree. And there are things we cannot control, but I agree there are things that we have learned. We haven't been perfect. I don't know anybody trying to deal with cannabis has been perfect because the rules have continued to change. They've kind of leveled out. Environmentally is a problem, and I've said that for the last 2 years. Environment was going to be our big issue of trying to get this, but I know we are working with the attorney's office and trying to come up with some methods that would encompass the city through an environmental that would actually open the door. But even those processes are going to take some serious time because the pre-existing environmental concerns never addressed the actual land use and the dealing with the endangered species because there was no projects actually targeted other than the whole city. So this is contiguous. It is close to power. It's close to water. As we know, a lot of properties were purchased without really land development issues really being looked at, and some of those had some real problems as far as utilities, as you point out, and power. It's just, you just can't buy a piece of land, as we have learned, and then just think that the power and the water is going to just, and sewer, because of the state agencies or septic, there are restrictions on all those things, and they're getting tighter and tighter. But we are working diligently to make all of these work. But there are hurdles, and like I said, I know we haven't been perfect, but a lot of this has been development issues, not just planning issues from the department. So we're trying to tackle those, and by golly, we want these projects to go through. If we could ignore some of the state laws, it would be great, but also we have attorneys that tell us that's not exactly the wisest thing to do because it will fall back on the applicant when they go to pull their licenses. So there are just some things we're trying to work through, but I totally agree with you.
Any other questions, sir? Do you have any questions, sir?
You know, I'm going to mirror Mr. Stump to some degree that, you know, we're doing an awful lot of these ORAs when we've got people that own M1 property out there and are still waiting. I see some in the audience that have been here from day one, and he's still waiting for a permit to grade, and I just don't understand. We see grading all over the city, but this man is held up on a 5-acre parcel, and I think we should really take a look and see why.
I just need to know which one, because as we know, there's a lot of them.
That one, he's come and gone and has, you know, I really want to see why something hasn't been done in his case.
I believe he has several, so I'd have to know exactly which one, but
Yeah,
we've
fine.
met on
I'm
a
just
lot
saying
of those.
There's growers out here in the audience that have not been able to go forward, and we're still taking this ROA property and turning them into M1 properties.
Understood.
So, and I'm like Mr. Stump, I'll agree to it, but we can't continue to keep devaluating this M1 property for these growers. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any other questions? Okay, moving to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have any report on any communications on this item? No, ma'am. All right, thank you
No,
so
ma'am.
much. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to open a call for public testimony. Anyone from the public have any comments on this particular item?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Wood, Council, DJ Tuhig. With respect to some of the comments that are made, I've made a couple of notes. I think your thinking is to do what's best for the community, but I don't think that your thinking, Gene, is accurate. And so I'd like to point out, when you talk about 200 permit holders that haven't been able to proceed, and yet there's an application before the City Council to approve a zone change, you need to recognize that the 200 permit holders may not have suitable property. And so they maybe didn't know how to do due diligence. Maybe they don't know anything at all about land planning. There's no warranty in the application process of land use feasibility. There's no warranty from the city issuing those permits. There's no water, power, or sewer on many of these properties. So you shouldn't make reference to an application to use a piece of property in a zone change and make reference to those that don't know what they're doing. It doesn't even correlate. You talked about 200 folks that have been issued conditional business permits, but keep in mind that the city had this goofy artificial deadline, that they had to get all their permits in by a deadline initially. These are unreasonable conditions, and so folks were not able to do really effective due diligence in their property ownership. The other thing is, you really want to be very careful about sending a message that you're protecting some owner of M1. M1 is a land use designation that has all kinds of possibilities in the future. If you're interested in protecting a person or persons that own M1, you really need to give some consideration to what you're saying. Folks that own property in the city of California City that are in the heart of the area where there's arterial roads and water may have the ability to attract use to that site that's to the advantage of California City. I would support this ORA to M1 zone change in accordance to the Planning Commission. We want to do everything necessary to see the land use in California City reach its full potential. And if any folks come here to do anything that will attract future industry, I say approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public have any comments?
Good evening. Al Hudson again. I have a magazine here entitled Marijuana Business Magazine, and there's an article or an advertisement in here.
In the mic.
Okay, start again. I have with me a Marijuana Business magazine, and there's an advertisement in here. It says, for lease by owner, 7110 North Washoe Avenue in Firebaugh. This is a cannabis related or cannabis available property in the M2 zone with all the utilities. And what is really, I think, is important here is that there's unlimited city water. It's zoned M2. It has gas and electric with PG&E, 2,500 amps, 483 phase. All of these things are available, but yet the lease on this is really good. But there's no parallel availability or utilities for the potential investors here. And mirroring what DJ has had to say about the vacant property, it's just that. There is nothing. And I have talked to people that ask about drilling their own wells to get water to their facilities, and they run into obstacles. We ask about alternative power sources, and we can't get straight answers that are accommodating to the investors. So we're taking their money and not having anything available for for the development. But one thing that I think is very, very important on all of this cannabis stuff is that the council should be asking each developer, what is the potential, what is your projected tax revenue to the city? And that makes good sense because that takes us right into the financial planning and the special tax and the promise that was made with the passage of the special tax that the tax revenue from the cannabis would reduce it. So we have to be able to work, we should work with the investors on the properties that they have so that they can develop it and make a profit, and the city get the necessary tax revenue that was promised. And on my next round, I'll talk about the greenhouses and the various types and the alternatives.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
not this. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Keith Middleton. I'm just realizing that ORA properties, if they're developed, bring little taxes, if any. M1 does if we get a cannabis or some other high-quality businesses in. I should think any person with ORA property, we should bend over backwards to let them convert it to M1, M2, whichever is appropriate, because ORA is not going to help us at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Name's Jason Meister. I'm with Remax Clearview here in California City. I'm representing the family trust as a listing agent for the property. To be overly clear, there's no intent for a cannabis development on this property. The clients or the family has owned the property since early 80s. I think even before then, they called and asked what the marketability of the property was as ORA. That was right around the same time a lot of these other zone changes were going on in the area. Once I talked through that with the client in regards to what was happening around the property, there's solar. There's a solar farm nearby, as well as there's been some other zone changes in cannabis properties across the street. The client felt that that would help her marketability for her property to potentially sell it to zone it M1 since it neighbored the other M1 properties. That's the extent of what the client's intentions are with this property. There's not a specific project designated to it other than it's neighboring M1, so it makes sense from a value standpoint to have that continuous zoning. It's also something I think just when you look at that zone map over there, there's a lot of M1 now speckled around. It makes sense to look at those other properties maybe as a group, as a city, rather than have those individual clients have to go through a 6-month process and probably $20,000 to get through that zone change, which is what my clients had to do on this particular property. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, just a real quick question. So the figure 4 on page 3 is a conceptual site plan for zone change 1804. That's all it is?
It's a very conceptual site plan. That's a requirement that you have to put together that could show a potential project going in that location. It's nothing specific to any plans related to that property.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Anyone else have any questions from the public? Anyone?
Make a motion to close public comment.
Okay, looking for a second.
I'll close it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. So it's closed now. Council discussion.
I don't have anything. I'm good.
Anyone?
I do. I think that some people in the public misunderstood me. I am for this, but it gets to a point in previously we were approving M1 for here, there, everywhere, and this, since this is in the same area as other M1s, it's fine, but we need to come together and get a solid plan to help people who are in the development, in that whole area, to get going further than what they are now. So that's my concern.
Thank you, sir. You don't have anything?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Again, my concern is, I mentioned George Pye as an individual, but there are so many out there. I just recall him being here day one, and so, I mentioned his name, but there's just so many others that need to proceed. We need to get on with this. We need to get them up and running. So, I'm just saying, I'm in agreement with this, but let's take a look at these guys and get them moving as fast as they can, whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think you're in agreement with that. I see your head shaking, that we understand. But I guess my question is of all these folks, before they can move forward, they have to have a viable plan. Am I correct? Or am I wrong?
They're getting stricter and stricter. They're not getting lighter and lighter, and they really don't care where these projects are. So we've taken the stance to push a lot of projects through, but the letters that come back aren't very positive from Fish and Wildlife. And the concern would be normal development. You would address the letter and say, we've taken those concerns. But in the cannabis industry, they require that sign-off from those two state agencies to get their permits. And if we can say whatever we want, and if they do not sign off that letter that we haven't followed the process, the applicant is going to be the one that has built out and can't get a license from the state. That's the concern and why we've pulled the attorneys into it. So we're looking at options to try to take the core of the city from an environmental standpoint, because the previous ones we've looked at, the attorneys have looked at for the redevelopment agency, and they didn't address the animals or the actual land clearing in those environmental studies. They just didn't do it. It was a very broad study. So when these projects move forward, obviously those have to be dealt with. And the state only has ever said is not that the reviews or the studies that were being done were wrong, they just don't meet the standard of the code, which is a full annual survey. And so we can say, gee whiz, we feel that we've met, and I honestly believe we have met that, but they still have to be the agency that signs these off. And so we're trying to do everything we possibly can to shorten that process up. We want these projects to go through. We want them to go through badly, but we don't want them to build them and spend millions of dollars and all of a sudden they can't get a license from the state either. So it's a catch-22, and I'm not quite sure of the 100% answer, but that's why the attorneys have been brought into it, to look at all the avenues that we possibly can to get some of these projects through.
Does the catch permit help in any way to get these people moving, or?
The great one to ask would be CCA, because they've been working for 2 years trying to get a permit to do exactly that for an animal that's actually within their project boundaries. And they still don't have it, to last of my conversation. Yeah. So that's what they told us was the method, just do that. But that's a very expensive method also, and it doesn't just eliminate everything even going that route. Because if they have a large project, it's based also on project cost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, council, we have 3 motions here that we must do separately. So, I'm looking for a motion to approve resolution 10-18. Stand by. Yeah, 2758. That's the resolution. If you want to read it, or I can read it. City Council of the City of California City approving a negative declaration of environmental impacts for a 10-acre parcel located 0.2 miles east of Nerelia Road and 0.18 miles north of Lindbergh Boulevard in Section 27, Township 32, Range 38. APN 229-010-13 from Open Space Residential Agricultural ORA to Light Industrial Zone M1. Parsick Family Trust Zone Change number 18-04.
Yeah, I'll make that motion to approve and to go forward and whatever.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you roll call us, please?
Member McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes. Now we need to go to, I'm looking for a motion for the resolution of the City Council of the City of California City amending the general plan designation of a 10-acre parcel located 0.2 miles east of Nerelia Road and 0.18 miles north of Lindbergh Boulevard in Section 27, Township 32, Range 38, APN 229-010-13 from Open Space Residential Agricultural ORA to Light Industrial Zone M1, Parsick Family Trust Zone Change number 18-04.
Make that motion.
I second.
Madam Clerk, could you roll call us, please?
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Motion carried.
So looking for a motion. Ordinance number 18-769, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of California City rezoning a 10-acre parcel located 0.2 miles east of Nerelia Road and 0.18 miles north of Lindbergh Boulevard in Section 27, Township 32, Range 38, APN 229-010-13 from Open Space Residential Agricultural to ORA. ORA to Light Industrial Zone M1, Parsick Family Trust Zone Change number 18-04. I think I can memorize it now.
Make that motion to approve.
I second.
And to clarify, that's first reading.
And that's for first
Yeah,
reading.
all of these are first
reading.
The resolutions don't need the second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Okay. Got a.
Ice first, and I believe Stump second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call us, please. Thank you.
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes, thank you very
carried.
much.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, very much so. So now we move into new business to resolution, cannabis application process and procedure for selecting cannabis dispensaries. City Manager Stockwell.
Mayor, council members, when the amendments were done to the cannabis ordinances that actually went into effect 2 weeks ago, one element of that was that the staff would bring back the application processes and procedure as well as the process for selecting cannabis dispensary permittees. And so attached to your resolution is the draft of the policies and procedures for handling applicants as they go forward, as well as the recitation of Article 7 on the cannabis dispensary permittee selection process. We recommend, or we're ready to take council questions and answers. Also included is a permit application form as called for, and we recommend proceeding so that the procedures will align up with the amendments that were made to the ordinance, and we can keep projects moving forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone up here before I open it up to the public? Okay, you know, right? Public, have any comments on this?
Good afternoon, Al Hudson. Good evening, Al Hudson again. What is the justification for the 5,000 for the fees? Because the fees should reflect the actual cost to the city.
That's page 1, I think, somewhere in there.
I know the justification for the dollar amount. Let me clarify.
Okay, I'm just pointing in where it's at.
Okay.
Just if you can be patient for just a second.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm patient on this. No problem.
These fees come from the original fees that were analyzed and determined going forward on the applications. When the city started this process, we've modified them to the extent that some of the vetting for those who have already been vetted through the process, that portion of the cost is $4,000. So for people who have already been vetted, say someone who comes in and wants subsequent additional licenses, then their fee would be $5,000 instead of the original $9,000 that was taken going into the process. And so we're relying upon the analysis that was done when the original projects were put together and brought to the council, and modifying it because the not having to vet the applicants is a $4,000 cost that we do not need to follow. Yeah, and there was a study done at the time that the original fees were set.
That's correct.
Okay, I asked that because it was in the supporting documentation.
We're not hearing you.
Okay, I asked that question because in the supporting documentation, it talks about revenue to the city in this application. Now, one of the things that I would like to see in the fees and addressing the previous item that was on the agenda, I think that the city should get together with Fish and Game and have them do a blanket study on all of the M1 and M2 property that may be available for cannabis development, and prorate that over the number of applicants. In other words, the city put out the money to have the Fish and Game do their study, so that we can expedite this without undue delay on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Thank you. That's not a bad idea. Let's see what we can do. It's not a bad. I know you're shocked, but it's not a bad idea. Don't fall out. We have medical here. We've got police here. Thank you, sir.
I think I must have missed something. Alan Bell, Cal City. Two things came to mind. All that area you're talking about tonight, there was 10-acre parcels over there and the cannabis. That was all agricultural. It was all checked out many times. In 1977, they did a blanket survey out there. Why are we going through this all over again? Is our attorney not fast, slick, or whatever it is you need to be? Get it done. The other thing is, where that one property is out there, it was the first property, 0.2 miles off of Neuralia. I believe that's where the hydrazine tank crashed about 12 years ago. These people need to know what's going on, because the government can step in any old time and say, hey, that's not safe. And that's what's happening with Fish and Game. They got two little rascals out there running around, hoping to find each other. And we aren't getting it done here. We've done a lot of deciding, we've done a lot of discussion, and still it comes to mind that when we had the first meeting over at the Arts Center,
Community Center,
a guy from the tax board of Equalization, stood up and said, folks, remember now, this is all agricultural. Cannabis is an agricultural product. Hemp is an agricultural product. It happens to be legal in our town now, not legal in the county. We need to just take a hold of what we really need to do and do it today, tomorrow, and get it done, because tax dollars will be needed to come in soon. And Don, he knows about the tax dollars. He knows he has to pay his, and I have to pay mine. You got to pay yours. These guys are willing to pay theirs because they're going to make a buck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think where the goals are, this whole process isn't like fast food industry. Things don't happen overnight, and we have tried very hard, and we've learned from mistakes along the way and learned from a lot of the processes that have changed in Sacramento. So I think we're trying to get there. We're trying to be a bit more business friendly and work smarter, not harder in this industry. So all good ideas. Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we're moving back up here, gentlemen.
I have a couple of things on it. One, right now we are charging, if somebody is new, we're charging them $9,000. Previously it was $7,500, and of that $7,500, $3,500 went to HDL, so the city's cost was $4,000. So before I approve anything, I would like to see a breakdown from the staff on what we are charging these people. And you say it in there, but you don't really. I want more fidelity in the charges that we see that you have there, that you presented to us tonight.
Did you want to say something, Bob? Or Craig?
The breakdown and the average that we were paying now for those backgrounds and criminal backgrounds through the other companies has been averaging about $4,500. So that's different going into this. As you know, the contact time of how much staff deals with this is a lot. And so that was taken into consideration along with the additional cost for the background for the principals. If they've already gone through that, obviously doesn't even apply. So we looked at all this time between building and planning and management. That was all done within the original breakdown, and so that's what we looked at again when we put this application, was the additional cost also from the vetting process for the actual principals.
Okay, but what I see here before I vote for this, I want more fidelity in it. So I want to see how many man-hours you're charging for this, how much everything. Again, before we paid $7,500 and $3,500 went to HDL, which meant our costs were $4,000. And that was for a brand new person, and these people out here paid that. Now we have the same amount of man-hours that we're putting in, and so the cost should not have gone up. With no HDL, the cost shouldn't have gone up from what the residual would have been back then is $4,000 up to $9,000 now.
You do know that even if you don't have HDL, we do have AML.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. $4,500 is already going still to the vetting.
Yeah.
If they don't have to go through the principal process, then it's just the latter part of the fee.
I just want to see more fidelity.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not. You don't want to do anything with this tonight to get this going?
I want to see more fidelity. That's all.
You approved the fidelity before. That's all I'm saying. You approved this before. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. So since we talked up here, I'm going to ask the public if they have. You don't have anything else, right, Councilman? No, ma'am. All right, public.
Whoa. So.
Are you okay?
Yeah, got a little dizzy there.
You got medics.
So with respect to the application process, I think a lot of folks have been waiting to see this come through.
Yeah, we're not.
Hello?
I'm not.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Costco.
So my concern is that if folks that have existing permits, they're not going to be charged the additional live scan, as I understand it. They'll submit the additional $4,000 in fees, and all of that is non-refundable, and then possibly they'll be chosen. And so there'll be a hearing before the council after the staff goes all the way through that, after the ordinance is seasoned 30 days, so possibly in 40 days plus, we'll be seeing the selection process of the dispensaries. We have the map of what areas, just to recap this, we have the map of the areas that will qualify for possibly a CUP, and it's game on for everybody to try to get a delivery or retail store. And it's going to be a fair process. That's what we're promoting here at City Hall, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public have any comments? Anyone moving? No one's moving. Back up here. Council?
Craig, I think that I would like to see details of the costs so that we're not ripping people off. And then I would also like to see, like I said, I don't know why it's gone up so much from last time.
Our costs are actually really cheap. Go to some of the cities and they're in the 70, 80, still $90,000 for this process. We did break it all down. I have no problem with what you're saying. If you think about how much handling management is dealing with these applications, we've been dealing with a lot of these over a course of a year. We're not getting paid through another process for all the hands-on. So it's a lot. It probably would break down a lot more than this when you keep going with how much time is spent on this, because you figure the cost is everything. It's the time putting it together, to the conversations, to going to council on. That's probably why, and I couldn't justify that. And I mean, we looked at other cities, and I don't know how in the world you justify charging $70,000 for this application process. But if you start looking at all the time put into it from the attorneys and everything else, it's expensive.
I just get a lot of people calling me and they say, what is going on? Why is my stuff taking so long? Why are we paying this? Why is the city requiring me to pay this? Why is this? And it's just over and over and over.
What we found is a lot of people, and I think DJ alluded to some of it, is we had people come into this that had no concept of development and what it costs to start a business. They just looked at the business model. Development is expensive. I don't know how to define that. If you've ever been around land development, it's not cheap. Jim Hunter would be a great person to ask what it costs to develop land. It's expensive, and the time frame they've put into that project is extensive. The environmental is the big issue, and what CCA paid just for that project is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. They've invested over $1 million in their environmental. So I don't know how else to tell you about trying to develop raw land, but a lot of the applicants that started this process had no idea of what land development was.
I want dispensaries, but again,
I know you do. So do I.
But get me more detail on this, so when people call me, I can say the reason that you're getting charged this amount is because
we can
blah,
break it
blah,
down
blah,
and,
blah, blah.
and have no problem bringing that back to you.
Thank you.
You know, one thing that we have to make clear is I don't want the taxpayers paying for this. This is why we've done this way. We don't want just anyone just paying their regular property taxes towards this process. That's why we set this process up, and that's how these fees were developed.
That's why we reviewed the master fee schedule, and I don't believe you two were here when we originally put that all together. They didn't exist, and it was taxpayers paying a lot of the development and planning fees and building fees. And it's not right. I mean, taxpayers shouldn't be paying the bill. It should be the cost of burden. It should always be on the developer. We want them to come, but it shouldn't be on the other taxpayers.
And I've got to tell you, when you look at the development that's going on in Tehachapi and has been going on, they don't quibble. They know what they're going to pay going into a community. They know what the costs are. They don't bat an eye. They just go through this process because they understand it's a natural part of development.
The ones that brought developers in from the get-go, you know, those a lot of those projects are now actually under construction because they knew that going in what it was going to take. Yeah, they were discouraged too, and they still are because power is still the looming issue. The city has the same issue. We have a solar plant that's been operational, I believe, since April, and we still haven't got a credit for it.
Exactly.
So that power's going someplace because it's on, and you know, supposedly we're going to get those credits. So it's not just the applicants; it's even the city has issues with Edison. They're a big company.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Gentlemen?
Make a motion, we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of California City, California, adopting the process for issuing cannabis business permits and adopting the procedure for selecting cannabis dispensary permits. That is my motion.
And I will bring you back, that's not a problem, bring you back an itemized breakdown over the other.
Looking for a second. Okay, I'll second it. Madam Clerk, would you please roll call this?
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
No.
Stump?
No.
Mayor Wood?
Yes. Pay attention, folks. Pay attention.
Okay, so we're done with
Pay
that?
attention. That just failed. So NB3, greenhouses for cannabis cultivation. That was right.
Mayor, members of the council, from the beginning of this process for cannabis development in the community, there were various portions of various projects that were brought forward where the principal discussion was the development of artificial light cultivation operations. Due to the fact that we don't have sufficient electricity to supply all of those that we thought could be built, and that the property owners thought they would be able to put together. We're coming back to the council to not so much to we're not making any changes. Greenhouses have always been part of the ordinance, which was allowed, but to make sure that the council knew about the discussion and the process that we're suggesting we use to go forward in those areas where the original intent was to build enclosed structures that we're proposing that in those areas only that we would allow the construction of greenhouses with a metal superstructure and with a for lack of a better term, a skin that would stand 130 mile per hour wind loads, so that we can in a lot of cases, get people started in the process. They would have received initially a 2-year permit to do that, and at the end of the 2 years, we would check with them again and go through. If power was available, then we'd encourage them to go ahead and start construction on their permanent facilities, and then we look at it annually for that period of time for up to 5 years. What's critically important in this process is that even though we talked about greenhouses, the thing that has not been clear is what they were, the skin was going to be on the outside of the greenhouses. And so by using a pliable skin, meaning a plastic skin on the outside, those have to be changed periodically. They won't last for 5 years or even 2. And so going in, we need to make sure that they're as durable as possible and that the owners understand that that they have to be replaced whenever they are showing wear. And so we're recommending that the council authorize us to...
Pardon me, Bob. Gentlemen, could you take the sidebar either into the lobby? Because we can't hear because we hear the chatter in the back. Thank you.
So that we encourage those who are able to, where this pencils out, for them to get into construction with these greenhouses as quickly as possible, to allow them to start the cultivation and both of us to start collecting what we started this process for, and that's the funds to both make them successful and to fund our own operations. And so with that proposal, it's simply a clarification of what we would be doing in those areas where we'd had discussion of permanent structures as opposed to greenhouses, and the council having an opportunity to weigh in, see if there was something else you wanted to do for those areas. Outside of those areas, it's always been permissible for greenhouses, and as people finish the permitting process, we would be issuing permits for them to go forward.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions before I open it up to the public?
I just have a couple. The deeper I get into this, the more I am confused on it between greenhouses and hoop houses. Now, from what I understand, a greenhouse, a lot of these are going to be greenhouses anyway, and a greenhouse is just a facility that allows light in from the top, so like a clear light, where it can come in and you can grow with that, so your electrical requirements aren't the same. Hoop houses, I was stationed in the Republic of Korea, in South Korea, and they have a lot of hoop houses there, which you see during the winter time, and they're growing different things. And so I need a definition on what you call a greenhouse and what the definition of a hoop house, where one from a hoop house it becomes a greenhouse. So that's what I need.
Okay, the definition that we're proposing to you is that a greenhouse is a metal superstructure, a steel superstructure anchored to footings, concrete footings, and then can be skinned with the plastic coating as opposed to hard glass or hard plastic. A hoop house is by nature a temporary structure. It simply is designed in areas where we don't have winds like ours, where they can throw something up in a short period of time, do whatever they're going to do, take it down, disassemble it, stack it up, and then do it again the following year. This would be the construction of steel-framed greenhouses, allowed to do either put in the plastic and glass facilities, or to skin those with the replaceable plastic that withstood the 130 mile per hour wind loads. So these are, for all intents and purposes, permanent greenhouses that will not blow away because they're anchored to the ground in concrete footings and foundations.
You know, Bob, I looked today online for commercial what you're speaking about are commercial greenhouses that have the same specifications. If you want to look online, because you like to do that, you might want to check Growspan, Greenhouse Megastore, Ruff Brothers, GGS, and Advancing Alternatives. There were more, but I just stopped at those 5 because they have a very good representation of commercial greenhouses.
What will be our tax base on a greenhouse?
All of the people we have talked to are going to still use supplemental lighting, and so it would be $5 a square foot as opposed to the $7 a square foot if it was a completely enclosed all artificial light operation.
That's in our fee structure. Another interesting thing, I'm not going to go too deep in commercial greenhouses here, but it's interesting how they had different components to actually cover them completely if they so needed for light deprivation. So it was really very interesting going through this. I think the only challenge we're going to have is the smell.
Yeah.
And that has to be something we consider. It's one thing to have 6 plants in somebody's backyard off-gassing. It's a different to have thousands of plants. And I think that's one of the things. On the other side of that is, if we don't get started soon, we're going to have people going to, where was that town, did you say, Al, up north? It's ready to go? All right, so yeah, Firebaugh. So yeah, I got you. So anyway, we have to look at what we're going to do, and I'm interested in seeing not just what we have to say about it, but what the public has to say about that. So at this time, unless you have any other questions, I'd open it up to the public.
And Mayor, if I could just...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Take
a break.
Assuming the council was in agreement with this, we would structure an agreement to make it clear that it's temporary, to impose any restrictions that the council may want, and to maybe clarify the issue of the $5 so that there's no argument over that, that during this period that will be the amount paid. And then later on, if they ultimately do build the fully enclosed, then it would go up to the 7. So we'd make all that clear.
Just a minute. And before you get started, during the summer, I did go and get an opportunity to look at a commercial greenhouse structure in the state of Georgia. And it was approximately the size, if you can envision, 2 football fields side by side, not lengthwise. And it was fairly impressive. They could grow anything there. They did happen to have a medical cannabis thing on one of their local ballots in that area. But it could have been used for growing apples. They could have put, trees, apple trees in there. But it was a fairly impressive structure. It didn't look like it's going to fall over like tomorrow. Go ahead.
Bootstrapping on that, I would like the council members to go to Flagstaff, Arizona, and look at the commercial cultivation that they have there. They've put a facility up there that withstands golf ball size hail, as well as extremely hot temperatures. Now, what I would also like is another minute or so on my time, because I would like to explain to the council that I contacted a company called Nexus. They are the premier cannabis cultivation greenhouse developers and engineers. I have an email from them that lays out everything, and I had quite a discussion with one of their engineers. And the engineer says that this 130 mile an hour wind requirement is absolutely absurd, because their facilities come with a 90 mile an hour guarantee or requirement. I also asked about the different types of greenhouses, and they explained that there's the commercial, and then there's the agricultural. The agricultural ones are the ones that are not stationary, whereas the others are. And there's also, in this email I got, there's a breakdown of the costs. The cost of a 10,000 square foot greenhouse is about $1 million. And here's a cost breakdown I'd like to put in the record and give it to Denise for you all's review and such. So the point being, you can't it should not require a potential investor to spend $1 million and then tear something down within 2 to 5 years. That is plain and simply wrong. Do you have any questions on that?
No, sir.
I also looked at the alternative to greenhouse. I looked at Quonset huts. Quonset huts, they're used for agricultural and growing and such, and they are about half the cost of a commercial designed and built greenhouse. And I have the name of that company also. It's called Steel Master Buildings.
Sorry, Al, your time has expired.
I asked for another minute,
but I
didn't
didn't.
get an answer.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, I'd like the council polled on that request.
No.
Well, you don't deserve to be a mayor then.
Oh, here, another rude individual tonight. Well, you did. You finished. You got your 3 minutes, sir. Yes, sir.
David Stafford, California City. I too would like some of the greenhouse buildings that are going up or that's being ordered. I got 3 of them on the ground, everything except skins of them. Them are $1,500,000 a piece. They're called smart buildings. I would sure as heck hate to tell my people that spent that kind of money for a greenhouse, and that's what they are. They've got tenable ceilings, just like Mrs. Wood said, all this stuff's done. They even use the walls to cool and heat to control the atmosphere. So I would really like them to revisit this, what we're calling greenhouses, because these are structures. They will withstand the winds that you asked for. Our engineers has already said they've got that. They just change a panel, add a panel, or add a brace. But they're greenhouses. And that's one thing I wish we'd get this changed. Now, hoop houses, I can see it. The ones they just stretch plastic over the top of, I can see that. They're going to disappear. 2 years, like you said, they're going to have to go rework them. These greenhouses, we don't want to have to rework for 20 years. They are a building, but it's just made out of glass and polymers. Thank you.
Yeah, you're talking about the glass and polymer structures. Not all of them are $1.5 million. And I also went to Flagstaff. I also went to Flagstaff this summer. So what are you going to tell me that I don't know?
Well, on these smart buildings, like you said, they are cheaper. But a smart building, when they've got it set up, it tells the computer what plant needs water at what time. They are zero water into the tanks, waste tanks, or whatever the case. It is all reused on these smart buildings.
Okay, how much electricity and what's their power source?
We are bringing our own power source in.
But I'm just
We've already
saying,
got
if
that
you've got
set.
something like that already set up, then you already have your power source.
We will have our own power source.
Well, we're
We
not
don't
talking
have
about
to tie to
specific projects today.
it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just
Mayor, if I could address,
Yeah.
to clarify one more time, the city has ordinances have always allowed for the construction of greenhouses for cultivation. We're talking about in the circumstances where the original intent of the owners was to put in a permanent grow indoor all artificial light facility.
Correct.
That we could enter an agreement with them, allow them to do this on a temporary basis. In no way are we saying that in any area where the permanent buildings were not envisioned that they can't build greenhouses. We have the way to permit those, all that's in place. Changing. This is where someone came in and their intent, because what I wanted to make sure that happened is, because quite often we find ourselves talking about intent that wasn't followed through on, and I want to make it clear to the council that so that if we went ahead and issued permits in an area where your expectations were to see a permanent building with all artificial light, that we alerted you up front to tell us, is that okay to do a temporary thing with a greenhouse in those circumstances only? Anyone who was planning on greenhouses to begin with, we have the standards, we know how to go through that process. We're saying, come on, as soon as you're ready to go, we can start dealing with those things. But it's only in that circumstance where the discussion before the council has been that it was going to be a artificial light indoor grow facility.
Thank you for clarifying that. There we go. Anyone else have anything before we move back up here? Real quick, though. Come on up, but real quick. I thought the 130 mile per hour was a requirement for the state. It's not something we're arbitrarily picking up. What about a roof on the house? There you go. So it's not something we're making up. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie O'Laughlin, California City. I'm supportive of this. I was one of the people that met with the city manager and asked about this, because one of the issues for some of the people in town is the electricity and gas. Edison has been putting us off, and now the gas company is kind of doing the same thing. So there are groups in town that are ready to go forward, but they have no power. And so if we can allow a temporary structure, this allows them to get going now. A couple of things that concern me are the state, as of December 31st, will no longer be issuing temporary licenses. That means if you don't have a temporary, you have to apply, and then you have to wait until they can inspect you before you can get a permanent one, and that's going to take, what we're hearing is 6 to 9 months. So we're at the cusp right now of, I think, some major decisions as a city. I reached out to several groups yesterday, once I saw that this was on the agenda, to ask them what they thought about it and to encourage them to come to the meeting. Overwhelmingly, every single person was in favor of it. 25% of the people that I called have already pulled out of California City. They said, you know, the infrastructure requirements are too much. You know, we're being asked to put in roads, we're asked to put in municipal water facilities that far outstrip, you know, what our expectation was. So they have just completely pulled out. A couple of groups told me they've gone to Desert Hot Springs, that the town there is much more friendly to the cannabis industry, and they're already getting ready. Their building's going up next week. So I would ask you to consider this. The tax revenue, if you think about the tax revenue, for every 10,000 square foot grow, which is a small, considered a small, will bring in $50,000 in tax revenue. And remember that for the cultivation, the tax revenue is just based on square footage, not revenue. So if they lose their whole crop, which I understand there's been some issues with the one in town, it doesn't matter to the, well, it matters to the city, but the tax revenue is still there. And that is one of the reasons, I think the main reason, that this cannabis that the council has considered it as a tax revenue source. So if we could get 50 of these businesses up with a temporary, that's $2.5 million a year. Let's see what else I have. So the temporary structures also, when we're talking about CEQA. Now, none of the people that I talked to had any issues with the CEQA, so I don't know why that didn't come up as a problem. If you have temporary structures, you also have different lesser requirements for environmental studies. So, you know, that's another thing that should help. So I'm hoping that the council will strongly consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. Appreciate that. Anyone else have any comments from the public? Looking around the room. Yes, sir, please.
All right. We've been building for about a year. We're got greenhouse. We got greenhouses on permits.
Your name, sir?
My name is Vincent Espindola.
Thank you.
Okay. If you be quiet, you could probably hear it.
Come on, folks.
Let's go. Hey.
What I'm saying is the greenhouses are still going to need electricity. You guys are trying to overcome a problem, but it's not really overcoming a problem because you still need to cool these greenhouses down. They need over 200 to 400 amps on a small scale, on a 3,500 square foot greenhouse. I think the way to go is to let these guys go with privacy fences, do outdoor for the 2 to 5 years, because if you don't, Measure J passes, everybody's going to move to the county and take their business out there because that's what they're going to allow. It's going to be outdoor. Everybody's going to go over there and get the easy permit, what they're allowing, and that comes on the ballot next month. So if you guys don't do something, you guys are going to lose a lot more people to take their business elsewhere.
Well, sir, outdoor grow has been a problem in our community already once. It was actually in a residential area of our community. We also have people lining up that live within the flow of the wind that have told us very clearly that if they smell it, they're going to sue us. And the people, if they're sued, if I understand this correctly, the people growing are responsible for that lawsuit to pay for those damages.
Okay, I totally understand that. But in greenhouses, it's still going to smell. You're going to still need electricity to make the smell go away. So if you guys don't have the electricity, you're still going to have the same problem.
But generators, there are generators that can be utilized. I see you shaking your head no, but there's other people that are going to use. You want to talk, come up to the podium, okay? No, I'm just asking you not to speak.
That those generators.
Come to the and I don't need that.
Are you talking about gas generators? Because
yes, they can be
you guys don't have enough gas
diesel.
pressure to run the gas generators.
No. You
diesel,
can,
if you
already brought up diesel.
If you guys do run diesel, you guys do the mathematical, it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth to grow because of how much gas you guys got to pay. It's just it don't balance out.
I don't see outdoor happening here.
Okay.
Because we have too many people that we had a problem with. It just gets out of control. I mean, I don't want it in my backyard either. Okay. I don't want it blowing in my front yard.
Yeah, this would be all on an M1 where you guys approve the cultivation. I mean, it's not going to be in a residential area. You know, but that's your guys' choice. I'm just saying a way to get these people started.
And I
for
get
you guys
that.
to get revenue because your greenhouses, you guys still need electricity. You guys got the same problem still.
No, I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But this is what people want. They're like 50-50 on this, right? Sir, if you'd like to come forward and say something, you're welcome to do it. Okay, that's nice. Anyway, anyone else? Moving it up? Saying.
I agree with you. I think it is 50-50. I think it's a challenge. I think there's a lot of variables. It's been a long road. We want the industry. DJ Tuig, by the way, I represent Big West Corporation, also Canon Systems Corp. We're active here in California City representing multiple projects. I'm encouraged that we're having the conversation. Number one. And so we want to have recommendations that will help some of the folks that are considering not coming here to come here. I think that some of the finer details could be pointed out, possibly. For example, Mr. Stump, we spoke on the phone. I keep hearing steel structures. I suppose that aluminum structures are also allowed with the greenhouses. Some of the folks that we talk to in our organization, we're talking about hoop houses and what a tremendous opportunity for the city of California City to get revenue and tax base from the hoop houses. But then what are the unreasonable conditions if they blow away? Guys, for every problem, there's a solution. And so I'm grateful that you're listening to the public. I know that there's a gentleman here in the audience that has technology regarding odor mitigation that believes that even hoop houses can control odor. Let's keep our ears open. Let's listen to these possibilities. Let's consider what's possible with a lesser structural integrity that may actually bring revenue to the city as a temporary structure. For those that have been designing greenhouses, I believe Mr. Stockwell said it clear, we're not prohibiting those greenhouses. But however, in the staff report, it says that staff has discouraged developers from proposing greenhouses. And that, to me, was very confusing. Long time ago, we said get Edison on board, over 2 years ago. So have this conversation. Let's make sure that these structures are reasonably sound. Let's encourage folks to do any innovation, including any odor control that will mitigate odor. And if they can prove to you that the odor can be controlled, I don't see why you wouldn't allow a facility design that they can generate cannabis and generate business tax. Be open-minded to what they propose to you. Thank you for this conversation.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Sir?
Mr. Stockwell, are we still fencing them with the commercial fences?
Yes, all of the fencing requirements would stay the same.
And you put in there odor control, so we're looking at that.
That still remains their responsibility.
The hoop houses, my family owned 20 of them here in California City. They've grown the family has grown hydroponic tomatoes, different color. The houses were rented out and 2 different individuals grew cannabis in it. I'm not in favor of hoop houses. I like what you've got proposed here as long as it's done that way. I don't see an issue as long as we can handle the odor. But the hoop houses are my only concern. I'm not in favor of them. Thank you.
You're not, just to be clear, you're
in favor of the hoop house.
Okay,
yeah.
Only that piece of it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
my only concern is the odor mitigation. But let's rock and roll.
I am for greenhouses, definitely for them. The hoop houses, I've gone back and forth. I've gotten a bunch of calls today, this afternoon. People saying yes, people saying you're letting in the Walmart bottom feeder into the business. Just all kinds of pluses and minuses. But as this is written for greenhouses, so it's already in the ordinance, so I am definitely for greenhouses.
Okay, since we've opened our mouths up here, does anyone have a second call opportunity for 2 minutes, not 3, 2 minutes?
Just one comment. Some of the houses, I know this because one of the companies came up here, which would be a big hoop house. Nevada Department of Transportation actually uses it, and they're huge. I know they've built one because they showed us a demo here in California. It, in my mind, is a hoop house because it's basically a hoop. But these things are structural. You could walk up the side or down the side if you could walk that direction. So the technology in some of radically, and these things last a lot more than 2 years.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me though is somebody in the city is going to have to make that determination, because I'm sure there are hoop houses that would be okay, but again, somebody's going to have to look at through SDR or whatever and look at the design and say that this can withstand the winds.
Well, I think that's the telltale is the 130-mile-an-hour wind. So if it's designed to stand 130-mile-an-hour wind, then it's more than likely one of the more advanced buildings.
Thank you very much for that.
That was just my only comment after meeting with one of these companies that showed us a demo.
And by the way, you can look at most all the companies I read tonight, and they'll have different options.
Yeah, and they built one here. I've just never seen one in California, but I don't remember the city, but it was it was huge, and it was for one of the larger cities in California.
There's still one in Ridgecrest that we built years ago on Inyokern Road. So they withstand, the commercial glass withstand the 130. You know, the glass was good for 10 years. It's just, to me, they're an eyesore.
They would have to come back to us anyway if a hoop house came forward. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, sir?
Yes. Before the council makes a decision, I would ask that they look at this report or email that I received from this Nexus company. On the odor control, they talk about misting vapor units and exhaust fans, automatic pneumatic control systems per house at a cost of about $28,000 per facility. So please, before you make your decision, take a look at the numbers. These are not mine. This is from the premier greenhouse manufacturer.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public? All right, council, looking for a motion.
Oh, Raj.
I'm sorry.
Raj.
Roll on up. Roll on up. Didn't see you coming. Sorry.
No problem. Let me adjust the mic so everybody can hear me. Raj Million. In my work with the Air Force as an emergency manager, I have some experience with odor mitigation, working with chemical warfare agents and defense. So a lot of cannabis companies and agricultural people, they come to me for consulting how to mitigate odor. So one of the things, the simplest way is, I'll show it to the council. It's a simple carbon filter, and there's an inline fan that just guides the air through, and it takes the odor, cleanses it, and lets clean odor-free air out. That's a simple way. You can put it on any greenhouse, commercial, or a hoop house. Both are greenhouses. Hoop houses are just simpler structures which have usually plastic over it. So this is a great way it can work with any system. As far as power goes, a solar panel and battery can power this thing. You don't need huge generators. These systems go for around $150, the combo of these.
Okay, so how many square feet does that cover?
This will cover about, for each system, about 1,000 to 1,500 square feet.
So if
there
you're
are big
going-
and small systems. You can get bigger systems to cover 5,000 to 10,000 square feet and add additional systems all around.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're not there yet. Anyone else? Let's start over with the motion.
Make a motion that we direct the city manager and city attorney to develop the necessary agreements to allow for more construction of greenhouses for cultivation of cannabis on a temporary basis, 2 to 5 years until there's enough electricity power to support indoor cultivation.
I second that.
All right. There's no money to us involved in this, so all in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Very well. It's approved. Before we go into the CalPERS, the new business 4, and by the way, we have another new business item later on for the successor agency. I need to get a reading from Christian. Real quick. Sorry. Yeah, well, but before we do that, we have a new business 1 for the successor agency. Can he vote on that?
No.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do the next 3 and then send him out because I missed that one. I'm sorry. So let him come back. I'm going to take a quick break myself.
We're going to take a break.
I know, but he can do that. Yeah.
We're taking a break?
Yeah,
Okay.
taking a break.
Taking a break.
Thanks. Could I get some more water, please? Sure, take mine. Is that all right?
Help is on the way.
Sorry.
Well, I don't know. That's what we'll find out.
We'll see. Maybe one of those little gizmos.
Yeah, that's.
Change it into bubble gum.
Yeah, whatever. I guess you can change the way you smell your car.
You were wearing a neck ring. So that'd be nice.
I didn't know.
I gotta keep my like vape, that watermelon smell, you know? Don't tell us smell like watermelon. Cotton candy is the one the kids
Cotton
really
candy,
like.
right.
Cotton candy, yeah. You walk by the high school campus now, that's all it smells like, is cotton candy. You get people's cars or teenagers. What are you guys into? Oh yeah, vaping's all the rage.
It's all over?
Oh yeah. Smoking's out, vaping's in. 'Cause I got 2 in high school.
Yeah, vaping.
Well, I know my son came home and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I know.
It's like hanging out with his
Yep.
friends. I'm just like,
That's my son too.
don't
He's
make
tried
this,
that.
don't make this into a habit. So thankfully he actually decided to stop. It's funny when he can make his own decision to it.
Yeah, mine's 19, so he's elected to try that instead of drinking and driving.
Yeah, that's
Smoking pot and smoking cigarettes. He's trying to convince me it's better. I'm like, you're stupid. It's just another thing. Yeah. You can buy it without any of that.
Oh, really?
Or you can buy
It
it.
has THC in it? I didn't know that.
Well,
Oh, you can't.
I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
normally they do. It's nicotine. Nicotine is still addictive.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can get very, different levels of nicotine for cigarettes.
Yeah.
Cigarettes.
I don't understand it. I'm interested in these last two. Hopefully these go quickly.
Every single thing will affect our housing too. And we're sending all of our engineering up here now. Just to send it up as a road. Are we going to? Is it there? Excuse me. Stanford Dam plans.
It wasn't even a team. Because we had the Frisbee City logo on it, so it was very expensive. So I told the guy, I said, I know people that pay more for a pair of pants. It's just some point, it's just, this is my last one.
Everyone's trying to get away with everything. So you're not competent enough on that to say no. So all the rest of us have to send all of our stuff to church. Because of say no. Yeah. Times 10 for some people, times 20 for some people. Stafford as an example. Combined with everything, kept going, call it death by paper. The very last hang-up was Jerry right now. Racing down here, this shit's like that to Canada, in the middle of nowhere, Vandenberg. So you're gonna go from the school over to cannabis on a bike.
I could just see some of the reactions to that one.
So Adam was like, I just want to get a permit. Capital Partners said.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shit. We're talking bike paths.
Cold.
You got a second?
Yeah.
Testimony on fast track. Yes. I think I have. I wonder if this is an opportunity with the principal engineer. To start a fast track. We have engineered plans. Just tell them Kathy, she agrees. We have engineered plans. You already have the liability with our engineer. Nothing, no industrial project, no residential project. We should not be having to send it to Jerry. They used to. It used to be city hall or something. Principal engineer. In-house, they should be able to stamp the damn thing.
It's in my here.
I said, isn't there? I didn't say I haven't. Denise, my dear, you would know this thing. You look stunning. Let me go just put that up before I.
On the 18th, we're getting all the builders together to repeat the same damn thing about fast track. I'm telling you, tonight's agenda. There's a PD on the as well. This is a great time for you to say, why don't we fast track this?
Yeah, all kind of all bundled together.
Can we fast track?
Oh, well. That's okay.
Keep that shit. Already get these greenhouses in. All those places she looked up, they come engineered already.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. And when
You
you're,
really
you're
want
gonna
fast
send
track
them,
this
you're gonna
thing?
send them out
a
for
message to
another.
the world, we're fast tracking it.
God, they'll stand
That's
lined
the
up
selling
outside
message,
the door.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's like 5% down, Cassie.
I know. Yeah. Yes, I know.
And I finally got
that
like a Jim
already.
Nemec deal.
Yeah, right. I got that. I got that already.
I was asking one of the guys, and I said, and I go, why can't you make it smell like smoking? Make it smell pretty much anything, bubble gum, whatever you want. And they said, you can't do it while it's growing, it has to be after the processing. And I said, well, then you guys need to change it where it doesn't. You know, when I was growing up, pot smelled like pot.
Now it smells like alcohol.
Now it smells like skunk.
Yeah.
And it's gross. But I was thinking, I was thinking, you know, if we could change the smell of that, then you wouldn't need all the bubble gum. Yeah, but you can't do it until after it's processed. Tested too. Yeah, and I'm going.
Well, but you know what? You hear the guy from the Air Force. They now have.
Oh, well, we're almost done.
products. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, it doesn't eliminate it, just mitigates it. That's all. Nah, you can't eliminate everything. He says he can.
Yeah.
By the way, he's got experience. Yeah, that's okay.
Because the Air Force has to do it.
We've got the secret stuff I
So
need
does the
to
Air
get people to permits.
Oh,
good. That's fine. This feels awkward.
I still have to write that stuff up tonight. It takes till like 2 in the morning. It's the most miserable day of my week. This kid counts because I can't go to bed until it's written. All processed and sent.
Okay, so you just steal it from there.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I've been fighting a cold. I am.
To stay alive.
I don't know anything about it.
Lay around.
Need to do background now.
Yeah, well, I'm not here for that.
You're still only 20K.
Yeah, right? No, I'm trying.
He's on a project basis.
Hope to close on my own here pretty quick and get done with their house, but.
And when you're given it.
Oh, hold on.
You say. Yeah. Wind blew Chuck McGuire sign off my. Very good.
Right now you're running 6 by 6 tents. Standard camera. I think you're like. You can get back in I've got it. But it will take a while.
The size not darn well. I know about it. You stop right now.
I explained to him. I got the job. Standard people leave you.
It's nice to see you. I'm glad you're up.
It speaks for itself. If that's what give me the side of it. Pro ball.
Like 2 pages aren't filled in yet.
All righty, everybody. Let's try to get back to our seats so we can get out here before maybe 11. That would be great. So I would ask everyone, we're coming back in. Let's go. Anyone wants business done, let's do it now. And if you could keep the chatter down in the lobby, we can't hear. You've got an officer there, Chief?
Glass doors. There.
Are y'all coming in or staying out?
And then, just because the speakers give you the sound out there.
What are you doing here?
Alrighty then. Oh, he can come back for these three. Okay, please take your seats, and we will begin. New business 4, Chief Hurtado, CalPERS Employee Urgency Declaration.
All right, so the police department arrests on the average 800 to 950 people each year. Each arrest consists of a lengthy arrest report. This report is prepared by the arresting officer and then is processed by specially trained civilians records clerks to prepare for the court process. Those who remain in custody are seen before a judge within 48 hours of the arrest. In order to keep the suspects in custody, the district attorney must present to the judge a special packet for the courts. If the courts do not receive this packet in time, the suspects will get released from custody. Most of the suspects who are in custody have been arrested for more, that remain in custody have been arrested for more serious crimes, while other suspects are released after signing a notice to appear. Currently, our records department consists of 2 records clerks and a police aide. Our record supervisor retired in May of this year. The other records clerk is currently, is back from medical leave, but is set to retire in 4 days. The police aide position is currently vacant. We have 2 replacement candidates that are going through a thorough security background check. We anticipate them to be on board with the completed background within 2 to 3 weeks. The police aide position is currently being advertised by Human Resources and will probably not be filled for up to 2 months due to the lengthy hiring process, testing, interviews, and then the background. Our previous record supervisor retired May 15th of this year. She still lives locally and is willing to temporarily, and she wanted me to emphasize temporarily, assist the city in covering this gap that we will have in 4 days, plus train the replacements. She's willing to assist in the monthly sample audits as well as the next full department justice records audit. As per CalPERS employment after retirement program, there is a CalPERS requirement that a former CalPERS employee may not return as a temporary 960 annuitant for a period of less than 180 days following retirement unless it meets one of the few exceptions. The exception that applies to this one states before the employee begins work, the employer must certify that the nature, employment, and that appointment is necessary to fill a critically needed position sooner than a 180-day waiting period. The appointment must be approved by the employer's governing body in a public meeting and must be approved as an action item rather than on a consent calendar. That's why we're meeting tonight, or for at least one of the items. Due to their urgency and time restraint, staff requests that council consider the approval of a temporary filling of the record supervisor position with the previous employee, Rocky Gallant, on a temporary 960, which is 960 hours through the end of the fiscal year. The supervisor would maintain the records department until the new hires begin, complete a thorough training program for the new hires, first year audit. The total burden rate for this position is approximately $1,530 a week. The 960 annuitant equals about 24 full-time equivalent weeks. We're currently on week 14 of our fiscal. which only would leave about $15,000 left that we need to cover. That, like I said, that position is currently vacant. This time, staff request that City Council, California City, declare an urgency under CalPERS. Staff has identified a former employee, Rocky Gallant, of the California City Police Department as a previous police records employee who has specialized training needed to fill this position. The city would be unable to fill this position quickly enough to prevent a disruption in critical services. Questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief. Anyone from the public have any questions about this item?
One thing, if I can make a statement on that.
Go for it.
CalPERS is requiring the city to issue a resolution to cover this. Basically, once you're retired, you can't work for 180 days. We want to break that, and this is the way to do it.
And that's this resolution right here.
Yes.
Thank you, Chuck. Anyone have any questions from the public on this matter? Finance, you have any questions or concerns? Okay. Council?
Make a
Anyone?
motion, we approve.
All right, let's make a motion.
I made that motion.
Second.
We approve.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Hold on.
Whoa, wait, what?
She asked.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you missed it. I was like that when we started earlier tonight, so
Okay.
we're all good.
Anyone, just for fun? Anyone else? No, okay. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. There's money involved.
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes. Okay,
Thank you,
moving
Mayor.
on to, yeah, you're welcome. Proposed city engineer position and job description. I think I need some water. Sticking together. And associated job description. No, I got water. You can have that. Okay, Craig.
Mayor, Council, public, and public, almost said Public Works, so must be getting past my bedtime. So this is a job description that we did not have. So this was put together. I told you I'd be bringing this back. It also is going to help us fall in line with the state as far as projects, because we have, over the years, have had a city engineer, and also the same engineer would do our state and federal projects. One of our sister cities has found out what happens when you don't follow those processes, and the state, they built a large project, and the state has been basically pulled the money and said they won't pay for it. So we're going to, at some point, need to have this position. It's going to, I think it's honestly going to be very tough to find a person. Also, we float an RFP that will also be looking for engineering services and or in-house. So we're going to fly everything we can possibly do to attract an engineer with hopefully some of the qualifications we need in municipal government as far as utilities, streets and roads. As I've said many times, there's lots of different types of engineers. And hopefully we can attract somebody within the field of public works. Attached is the job description, the costs, the position and grade that it be flown at. And so staff recommends to the City Council authorize the position of city engineer and approve the job description.
Okay, I just have a quick question before I bring it out to the public, or maybe these gentlemen have a question as well. This is not, to be clear, this engineering position is not going to be able to take care of every single thing that we do.
Absolutely not.
Especially, we use Ramon Pantoja for the airport things, because we do have a big fat municipal airport we have to take care of properly, and there are other issues that will come up.
Yeah, and we're going to be bringing that back. We flew for 2 months on RFQ, which is a requirement of the state and the feds. So we wrote an RFQ that actually had to go to the state, had to go to the feds, and be approved because of the formats have changed radically, which I've been telling council over the years. And so that was approved. We flew that for 2 months and got one bid. And whether our, and I won't mention the city because I think you probably all know, but they're in a lot of trouble from a large firm too. So the engineer that is working with on them is not new to this either, but they didn't follow the procedures and protocols for accepting the engineer that would do the work for Caltrans. And obviously there's dire consequences to that. So we're going to fly an actual in-house position. We're also going to do fly an RFP for contract city engineer. It can't be the same firm. Those no longer are acceptable. So that can be in-house and or contract or be limited to hours. So we're trying to attract somebody. Obviously then we will bring that obviously out. Those apps will go through the city manager and for review. So this is long overdue. We talked about this years ago about getting to a point where we need to do this. The dollars that we've spent are obviously you take a federal project which are all reimbursable, but this is just the minimal of in-house's expenses, this $179,000 of in-house engineering strictly through building and planning. I believe easily at this point in time we can cover these costs internally of projects.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any other questions before I open it up?
I've got one. Will this allow us to basically fast track what's going on? And the reason why I'm asking, most of the companies, when they do their stuff, they've got an engineer that has signed their stuff off. So I'm missing the big thing. Why do we have to send it over the hill to Bakersfield for them to approve what an engineer's already approved? Because it's the engineer's signature. If it goes bad, it's on them, not us.
No, it actually comes back on us if we approve the project. Because if we approve something, if we randomly approve it, whether it doesn't meet standard, because, you know, the review process, just like inspection on a house, if you don't inspect work, you will have people who will do, because of reputation, they will do the maximum, but you will have people who will also do the minimum. And that's what the safeguard is. And I can take you to projects that should have never been built because we have to do our due diligence. So an engineer is only going to design something because it costs money. And it's whether you want it done right or whether you want it done wrong. And the inspection and the review process is what is in place to safeguard that.
Okay, then I'm going to have a couple other questions.
Why is once we accept a project, it becomes the taxpayer's liability. And if we allowed something to go in and down the road we say, oh, gee whiz, the drainage doesn't work, it's now the taxpayer's responsibility.
I'll ask you a couple questions after the council meeting tonight so we can stay on.
So
we need to clarify one thing.
Okay.
Having an in-house engineer who in fact has the city engineer's stamp means that in routine kinds of developments that come forward with stamp drawings and everything, then that would not have to go out of house. He would be able to do that in-house, or she, to be able to approve those complex things that need that oversight that would be beyond that capability. But if you look at most of the buildings that we're dealing with right now in, through the SDR process, could probably be handled in-house as long as we didn't have more than he could get done in a specified period of time. Because they are, for the most part, well designed. They're meeting these specifications, and so that's the benefit we get. So to some extent, when it's something that could flow, then we don't have to send it out. We can move it through and then get it done.
Okay, because I got just a couple of questions, but I'll take care of that after this meeting. See if we can kick this thing up a little bit.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chuck. Anyone from the public have anything to say?
I know Councilman Stump is dying to say something.
I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Jim Braden, California City. I don't disagree that the city needs a city engineer, and I know Councilman Stump has been looking for this for a while. But from my experience within the federal government, this individual is going to request a staff very soon. Reading the job description, and if you put everything in that job description on him, I think he's going to require staff.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I agree. I agree.
Anybody else? Going. Here he comes.
Good evening again, DJ Tuig. With respect to the engineer position and job description, I've read through this. It appears to be, in a sense, presented for the possibility of public works. Appreciate Councilmember McGuire's comments. We would like to see in the city of California, as you've heard me testify, whether it be residential properties or even light industrial, where there has been engineering stamps on plans, that those plans would be fast-tracked here at City Hall. In the building department, you have the authority to fast-track plans. We've done it here in the city before. Catherine, you remember, years ago, and it was a great advantage to us to be able to market California City as in business and has a fast-track program for those plans that have engineered stamps on them. This would be a great opportunity if we could find that soul that will come here with his PE and stamp our damn plans. It'd be a great thing. I encourage you to focus on the fast track, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, real quickly, with the in-house engineer, I think it's way overdue. But at the same time, the question is, will this engineer be able to fast-track any plans and such that any of the cannabis investors bring forward without having to go to an outside engineer and have them re-reviewed?
Could I take a stab at that? That's the idea that we're trying to do. But if you have a surge of work, you can't fast track a surge. So you would have to go to someone else to supplement. But yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea.
Okay.
Can't guarantee anything, so that's okay.
Okay, and we're reserving the federal and state grant engineering to HELT still. Is that what I understand?
No.
The state and federal, we approved projects that were already in the works, of which are also in the state. So those projects were extended because they were already being involved. So we flew months and months ago, we flew an RFQ, which was required by the state and the federal government. We had one response. We're preparing that information and bringing that back to council here very soon. Once it goes through all the critiques that are required by the state. And believe me, there's a bunch of them.
Okay, and I believe, Al, we also made a comment many months ago that we were trying to wean ourselves off, but we still had projects that they're responsible for. We can't just jerk those projects away. You understand that, right?
Okay, because it seems to me that the runway projects over at the airport have been a lifetime source of income for HELT Engineering.
Because they have the only engineer that we've been able to utilize for some critical airport work. That's why.
Okay, so I thought, well, we would keep some of that money in-house with the in-house engineer.
An in-house engineer would not be able to do state and federal airport projects.
Al. We've said that many times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going. Oh, okay.
Jason Meister. In my opinion, an in-house engineer would be a huge benefit to the city. We've been working on numerous projects. I've had meetings with Mr. Stockwell, with Mr. Platt in regards to just current issues we're having with our current engineering firm that we're trying to deal with. Just timeliness, billing issues would probably be the biggest one. Erroneous billing, all kinds of things. I mean, it's challenging enough to to do all the right things and to do them timely. And then when you throw in the delays of having a remote engineer, number one, someone that's not here, you can't easily get in front of that person, ask them questions, and work through issues. That's another delay. And then you throw in just the issues that we're having currently, which I discussed a few of those. It would be a huge benefit to us to have somebody in-house to help us work through those challenges and processes, and again, help speed things up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I don't disagree. One question that I would have before I ask anybody else is, where are we going to put this person? Literally, you can suspend only so much from the ceiling.
Initially, the position would be out at Public Works Yard.
Okay.
There's facilities out there for them, and that's where the work would be done. But yeah, we're getting close to capacity for sure.
Yeah, we definitely are. Once you fill all the vacant positions, you are going to be, you're going to have some real challenges. Anyone else from the public, real quick? Anything? Okay, moving back up here, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
On the job description, page 2, where it says experience, training, license, and or certificate, or actually license or certificate. First paragraph, last line, it says, or let me read the whole thing. Possession of a certificate of registration as a professional civil engineer issued by the State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers. I have concern about the ability to obtain a license within 6 months. We're going to hire an engineer. Let's hire one with a certificate, not one that's just getting out of school. And
Why that's in
obtaining a
there,
certificate.
because you might get one from out of state and would have to go then apply for, if he doesn't have it, because there are grandfathers to, but they still have to take certain things, and depends on how long they've had a license.
Okay.
That's why.
That's
the
very
6 months.
understandable. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I have questions.
Go for it.
Many questions. One, training. I have problems with what you have there. It should be a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university with a major in civil engineering, period. Period.
Okay.
If they're going to be a PE in civil engineering, they're going to have a civil engineering major, not a closely related field. You can't have one in mechanical or electrical. If you have a degree in electrical engineering, you'll get a PE, but it'll be for electrical engineering.
And that's what I've actually made comments many times. We require a civil.
Yes, so it should say.
But related field would be related to public work. So they're used to doing streets and roads and water and sewer and all those things.
But there's no major in that. If your engineers have majors, all I do is work with engineers every day. So you're going to have civil, you will have electrical, you'll have mechanical, you'll have aerospace, computer engineering, but there's no such thing as public works engineering. So that would be civil engineering. So I have problems with that sentence. Secondly, I agree with Councilman Paris, and what I feel on that is, even if they come from out of state, who knows how long it'll take, or if possible, that they'll get a PE in California. So they should have their professional engineering certificate issued from the state of California. It should be in place already. Third thing that I have is that person, the building inspector should probably be under that person, and that person should not be under Public Works. It should be its own department or whatever, a building department or whatever. You know, I've just like Jim, I've worked with engineers, with civil engineers while in my Air Force career, and again, we had civil engineering, and we had a couple of PEs. I was at the largest mission support squadron in the Air Force at Kadena Air Base, and we did all of the engineering, for the entire island. Not just Air Force, but for everybody, for Marines, for Navy, for everybody. So what I'm saying to you is that we need coming in, we need somebody with a civil engineering degree, with a PE behind their name. Building inspectors work for them, and they're like doing their own department, and that way they can fast track things, and they can get things done, and they can report directly to the city manager and get everything done that he needs to have done.
So does a community development department ring a bell?
Yeah, that's where we would, a civil engineer doesn't look at building plans. I think that's a different thing. So the ideal spot would be a community development director who's handling land use, building, code enforcement, all of those related issues under that. Position doesn't exist yet, but it will be proposed as we go through the budget process, rather than in the engineering. And I think one of the things to remember about the engineer is that currently, Craig's wearing a lot of hats. And so if we have an engineer and staff, then that's something that Craig can delegate a lot of the follow-through on how to do these projects. And so in addition to actually reviewing plans, going through all of those elements, the person would then have the responsibility to, the bird dog issues related to, the stuff that Craig is trying to chase now, along with a dozen other things. So it becomes a position that's functional not just in the professional engineering area, but in the management of the whole flow of work process through community or through public works.
If you get a person with a PE, they're a person who's already passed the exam and they've worked under another PE. So it won't be some rookie coming straight out of college. It'll be somebody who's been around for at least a little while so that they've been able to, do all the requirements of their PE.
Every engineer is a PE, regardless of your field. A civil is the high level, and you got to remember,
that
a
is
civil
not true.
in the field, electrical engineer has a PE. It's a professional engineer.
Craig, you're wrong.
No,
okay?
I'm not wrong.
You
I've
are.
been doing this for 30 years.
And I work
built
with
departments,
PEs.
and so have I for 30 years in all the utility and business, all the way through, and public works.
But I think it's clear that what we're looking for is a civil engineer, and I think that's where we need to focus on.
Okay. Any more questions?
If you have a civil engineer with a PE stamp behind their name, just like Dr. O'Loughlin has a PhD behind her name, but if you have one with a PE behind their name, they are just like having an accountant with a CPA. So not all fields have PE. Only civil, mechanical, and electrical are the only ones that I know that have the certification behind their name.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go.
My only request is that we can fast track stuff. That's my only concern, because, and I'm talking about cannabis, because we've been stagnant for so long, and it's a frustrating thing to have to send it over the hill to Bakersfield. How about we bring one of their guys over here to sit here and review them?
We're not going that direction. We're getting our own.
Well, I understand we're getting our own, but why we're waiting? Why not?
Cost more than you think,
Okay.
Unfortunately. Good idea, but you know what I mean?
The RFP we'll be flying actually will be tying that too, because we're going to try several facets to attract a civil engineer that is a PE.
Okay. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah,
before-
Craig, what do you
There we go.
anticipate will be, we understand one of the goals is to save time. What do you anticipate in terms of savings, in terms of money?
Actually, really none, because this engineer by himself can't do this, and you would have to find a senior civil engineer that actually would have also a surveyor, which is also a requirement for us to stamp certain plans. Property mergers and splits and all those require a land surveyor. A PE can't sign those documents. It requires a land surveyor. And only your senior, older time civil engineers have both, unless they've taken both tests. So, and I don't remember the exact year, but if it's pre-70, then they would have both. If not, they have to take both tests. And yes, they do. So a land surveyor, a civil can't do and stamp surveying documents unless he has a surveyor's license.
Okay, so the reason I asked that is, how do we, does Mr. Jim Creighton have valid point
Of
the staff?
eventually, this is the plan, is to eventually you're going to have to build a we want to do GIS, and you're right, an engineer can't.
I personally, for me, I just want to get an idea of where we're going with the overall.
You would have to start and build a department around your engineering, but you go to any city, you will find engineering and public works are tied together because most of the work they do are related to public works projects.
Okay.
So, public works projects, they're commercial buildings.
I think the point that I'd like to make is that we're not talking about saving money, we're talking about becoming more productive. And so we're talking about taking the money that we've been spending and getting a better product out of that.
Okay, but you understand what I'm talking about is this is an expenditure, an investment that's being made to achieve bigger things. So there are savings. We can't assign a nominal figure to it, but there are.
Yes, there are.
Correct? Okay.
And this is what improving your city looks like, is bringing these people on board. If you want to improve things, this is what we have to do. It's a necessary step. So, anyone from the public? Last go round. Up here. Council?
I just have to disagree with Mr. Platt. I totally disagree with what you said. Totally disagree with what you said.
Okay. We got it clear that you disagree with him and he disagrees with you. So it's mutual combat. And I understand your concerns. I understand his concerns. So, recommendation, what do you want to do, staff?
Make a recommendation.
Or council?
That staff recommends that the city council, which authorized the position for city engineer and approve the job description. That's all we're working on at this particular point in time, is to authorize the position of a city engineer and approve a job description. And that's my motion.
Anyone want to second that? I can second it. I'll second it. Madam Clerk, roll call this because it'll cost us money to get somebody for this.
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
I'm going to say yes, but I would like it to say civil engineering, not the part with or closely related field, and I would also like it to say that they have their PE, their California PE, when we hire them.
Is that part of the original motion?
No.
It's not part of the original motion. Does the person who made the motion want to change that to make it their motion?
At this time, no, just go with what we've got so we can get it on the books, and then we can change it down the road.
Okay, I'll say yes then.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up, new business 6. Joe Berrigan is not here.
I guess I'll do it.
Okay, tag you're it.
Yeah, Joe is ill. He wasn't able to come in to work today. So we've had a custodian contract loosely in place for the last several years. And the company that was handling that approached us indicating they felt like they needed to be paid more for the work that they were doing. So we put together an RFP to see who was interested in, if there were other vendors interested in stepping forward. And so we conducted a tour of the city's facilities. We showed people what it was that needed to be done. In the end, we only received one bid, and that was from the current, or the prior Martha's Cleaning Service for a total of $79,000, $79,810 annually, which is dramatically higher than we've been spending. We feel that for what we need at this point is 20 hours a week of consistent cleaning in the various facilities in the city. And for this point right now, the best thing to do is to hire a part-time city employee, supply them with the necessary materials, and take care of our facilities for the time being with that employee on a 20-hour-a-week schedule. The cost would be, depending on what we can pay at the beginning, between $15,000 and $18,000 annually, and would recommend the council allow us to approve the new position and the job description and begin recruitment of that Currently, we have no one. The prior one said, well, if you're not going to do business with us, then we're gone. So we're taking care of as much as we can with all the other things we're doing, vacuuming and all the things that go with that. So at this point, we do have a need to fill the position and get somebody on board and get the facilities properly taken care of.
Thank you, Bob. First question I have is, how is this person going to get from point A to point B unless they're taking a little red wagon and running up and down the boulevard? They have to have transportation.
Right, and we have an existing vehicle that would not present any problem there. Budgeting for the materials and supplies, we indicate that's
vehicle use, yeah.
Yeah, and so that would be all included in it.
Comments, public?
Bob, are you saying that Martha's Cleaning Service is no longer with us then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public have
Their
any
choice,
questions?
not ours.
I just got one real quick question before Jim.
Okay.
Is 20 hours going to be enough, or can we kick it up to maybe 30?
Well, our analysis is it can be done in 20 hours because that's really what we were expecting. Right now, we get City Hall gets 3 hours a week. I mean, what we were doing before, no more than 3 hours a week. So it would be an increase.
But it does. And then also too, hold on. I'm sorry, Jim. You've added a whole bunch more facilities to this. The only thing that I understand that they were doing was PD and here.
No, they did the senior center.
Okay, senior center, but that was a different contract. They have a direct contract with senior.
And
We
that
pay
one,
it.
they still owed us a month on it, so they're
Okay.
finishing that one out. But then they will not do it any longer.
Jim Creighton, that was my question also about the 20 hours. I don't see how one single person working 20 hours a week can clean sufficiently all 7 facilities that you have in their taskings. The proposal from Martha's is for only 4 facilities and appears pretty comprehensive from what I read. The job description for the 20-hour part-time janitor is minimal at best. As an example, Martha's proposes to clean the showers at the PD. There's no indication that this janitor will do that, and I seriously doubt the chief is going to have his people do it. So, and then and also, why would you have the janitor clean out the staff's refrigerator? That's their job. If they got trash in there, they need to clean it out themselves. We did it all places I've been at. And also, one of the requirements we had at several facilities I had is that people take their own trash out at night. Don't wait a week and let somebody else do it. Take it out yourself. And then you got stuff about restocking and stuff like that. But, you could cut back what you're asking for from Martha's and probably save a few bucks. But 20 hours, I don't think is going to cut it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have any comments, questions?
I'm with Jim. 20 hours is not enough. I had 300 custodians at UCLA, and I can tell you, to do it in 20 hours, they'd have to just swing through, pick up the trash, and maybe dust, maybe. And if this is any example, City Hall, this place is dirty. Need to have it squared away first before they take over, so then you have a basis to work on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Moving up here.
I'd like to see it kicked up to at least 30 hours so we've got the bases covered. And some of the stuff that I don't think they should have to do like was mentioned earlier, but I think they're going to need more than 20 hours. You're looking
lot of
at
facilities.
you're looking at travel, unloading, loading equipment. There's a whole thing in there, and I'm trying to show the whole picture of it and not just they magically appear, do their thing, magically disappear. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think 30 hours is more realistic than 20 if you're going to do a decent job.
I agree, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay. So I'm looking for a motion. Wait, no. Looking for a motion, somebody. Give me a motion.
The motion is water, and it goes up and down. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion that we approve this with the conditions that it'll be 30 hours. I think that's fair.
I'll second that.
Question before we vote. Can we afford that? Is that within the budget?
Yes, that's not, it's not going to break us for sure.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
Councilmember McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
No, but that's okay. You got it. All right. So I need to ask you something, Christian. On this particular item on the successor agency, New Business One, Mayor Pro Tem Gomez can do business for KD Estates, Inc., but not the other two. So can he stay here if he recuses himself from the other two for the purposes of discussion?
Yes, for that one item, it's not a marijuana related.
Got it.
K&D Estates.
But he can sit here. He doesn't have to run off and go leave or.
Well, I think once we, I think you need to do a segment. You need to segment the items.
Okay.
Yeah. For the other two.
Jeez Louise. It's okay. You only got 3 more meetings. I got 2. It'll be over. Okay, this is a purchase and sales agreement. We've discussed this once before. I'll give this to you, Mr. Stockwell.
As we discussed before, the city and the successor agency and so we have, we're seeing some progress there. The others are cannabis-related businesses, as we've talked about, up in the area around the airport where there is insufficient power for a build-out of any properties up in that area, and we're dealing with several other properties that have the, not related to any purchase or sale by the city or the successor agency that are encountering the same difficulties. And so we brought this to the council in the past. We talked about amending the agreements to eliminate those parts that probably in the beginning shouldn't have been there, like the performance bond and some of the timing issues, and extending the time for Canna Pharmaceuticals and Meister & Meister to be in construction and complete construction of the buildings. That action died when we brought it last time, and so it's brought back. We have specific terms that have been added to the, or that would be, we would amend each of the 3 agreements with the exception of K&D. We've had no conversations with the parties. So I think the council needs to remember these are bilateral contracts. They are not unilateral. And so while the council could decide that they would be willing to execute agreements with those terms, it's still necessary for us to come agreement with the parties on whether they would execute it from their side. So our assumption is that, well, if the council wants to proceed with these the way they're drafted or make additional changes, then it would be up to staff to then meet with the principals, propose the amendments to them, and see what their responses would be. And so what we have prepared here is what we think clarifies the situations the way they currently exist. Conversations I had with the principal of K&D said that they would be in operation by December, so by extending their certificate of occupancy to December 31st, that should allow them the time to be able to accomplish that that process. As far as the Canna Pharmaceuticals, okay. So if we could deal with K&D first, I think the city attorney is saying let's deal with that.
Okay.
Decide what we're going to do there. And again, this is not coming from them saying they're agreeing to amend the agreement in these terms. This is us coming to the council and saying we think this would be a way to solve some of those issues. And again, we would have to contact them and see if they were interested in amending the agreement.
Okay, thank you so much, Bob. So in the case of the first one, K&D Estates, I got the impression from what you said earlier that you've already spoken with them concerning this, and what are you receiving back from them?
That's where we got his assurance that they would be operational in December.
Okay. All right. Anyone from the public have anything on the K&D Estates, Inc. issue?
Performance bonds are pretty much of a standard in construction contracts, and there's no logical excuse to eliminate that. K&B, as we all know, they've been working on that drive-through taco stand for some time, and they have just, from my point of view and others that I've talked to, it looks like they're just dragging their feet and taking their time and not proceeding in an expeditious manner. So I really can't construct concessions, but their feet should be held to the fire on completion dates. Otherwise, they can just drag it on as long as they feel like it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not gonna open my mouth on that one.
Mayor, if I could address one of those concerns,
Please.
I think there is some confusion here. These were purchase and sale agreements, not construction contracts.
Correct.
A performance bond is appropriate when you are signing a contract with someone to build something, and you know what the cost is, you know who the builders are going to be, you have all of those assurances in place. When these agreements were entered into, no one knew what the cost was going to be for a building that subsequently would be constructed on these properties. Consequently, it was impossible to get a performance bond until you have a finite, because what you're saying, a performance bond, you go to an insurance company and you say, okay, we think it's going to cost $300,000 to build this building. And I have a contractor who signed a contract for $300,000 to build a building. I want a bond that says if he doesn't finish the building, then you, insurance company, will step up. You will provide the funds for the building to be finished by someone else. There was never in these agreements did we ever get to the point where there was a bondable project, one that had a finite cost and a time period. There were assumptions about how soon projects could get permit approval, how soon they could go into, go from escrow to, each of the key elements along the way. But then when it came down to, they were not construction contracts. And so the idea of a performance bond, didn't make sense from the very beginning. And so it's an animal that doesn't operate on these agreements. It's something, and in reality, your performance bond generally, like when we award a contract for somebody to construct, 10 miles of sewer lines, and we decide we want a performance contract or performance bond, we pay for the bond. The company doesn't, because they build that, they put their cost all together, and then they put the cost of the bond on top of that. And so it really comes down to us buying an insurance policy so we feel better on the project going forward. My experience in all of my years is that in no case have we ever had a bonding company who, when we called them up and said the project's dead, we step up and deal with that. No one wrote us a check. No one sent somebody over to start construction. What they did was their attorneys contacted us, and we started the process of litigating who was ultimately going to pay the cost of that. And the projects ultimately were then completed not because of the performance bond, but because of whoever prevailed in the lawsuit on who it was they're going to do it. Because the insurance company immediately sues the contractor, and then we all sue each other, and 3 years down the road, the project might get completed. And so it's not the panacea that some people think it is, but it's certainly, at the way these contracts were envisioned, it had no place in the contract.
Yeah, and it's important to point out that Bob wasn't here when these agreements were put together. And as council members and spitballing ideas, because we didn't want another Taco Bell situation. Most people in this room know the Taco Bell story, right? A sign was up there to get to all these years, and the folks that actually had the property did something else with that property. So we didn't want to take opportunities for successor agency properties, former RDA properties, and just sell them to somebody to speculate on what they were going to do in the future. So in the process of putting that together, we threw things in there that we thought we needed. And what's fortunate right now is that we've got a city manager that knows the difference, God bless you, in those things. So here we sit, we're learning, and by the way, they don't really have to agree with us at this point. We wrote those contracts, we got into those agreements. So we will do the best we can, but we don't also want to take these situations here, KD or anything else, or anyone else, and put them in a situation where they're just going to go somewhere else, because we don't want to honor our side of the bargain. And yeah, and if they haven't, a lot of these things are, well, we'll talk about that in the next part. Let's just do KD and Estates right now, okay?
Well, I think just one last, if I could clarify one thing. The options available to the council right now are adopt this, see if they would sign it. The other option would be for the council to declare the contract in default and begin the legal proceedings to recover the property, which is not going to result in anything getting built. It's going to result in litigation, and 2 or 3 years down the road, we might get an answer in that process. So I think that needs to be in the back of your minds. You know, what's the quickest way for us to hopefully see something happen on these properties?
Exactly. So thank you so much.
Just
for
to clarify, you said you've already spoken to KD.
Yeah.
Bob, you said you've already spoken to KD, right?
Yes, I did.
Regarding this.
Not about amending the agreement. He didn't want to talk to me about that. All he wanted to tell me was that he will have the business will be open in December. So that's all that I could get out of it.
I think their original plan was to build a 2,400 square foot facility. They had a different contractor. And then now I think this current facility is at 700 square feet, something like, or 900?
100, yeah.
Yeah, so they've changed over the few months.
And other things have transpired too. So, but we'll get into that when we get to let you go to talk the other two. Yeah. Well, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, motion. Riddle me a motion here, Chuck.
There I was, minding my own business, not bothering anybody. I've just got one concern, and that's with is there a DDA on file? This city has had a history where they don't do a DDA, and it protects the city. Well, we have them now, but he says there wasn't one on this.
We were there. We were a part of that.
This is successor agency property, and in the wind down of the successor agency, the state law required that we take an inventory of the successor agency properties.
Yes.
And then we had to decide what was going to happen with each property, whether it's governmental use or whether it had to be disposed of.
Correct.
This was on that list of those that had to be disposed
of.
So in doing that, there was an appraisal, which was something I insisted upon at the time.
Yes.
And then it was sold based on that, which is what was required to be done. So this was a purchase and sale agreement, and there was a deed already transacted.
Yeah.
So this is actually already a transferred property, so it's not like there's still more to be done. A default here really is would require an initiative on our part to actually try and take back.
Yes. And
that's another aspect to think about.
So I'll make a motion in reference to K&D Estates Incorporated. I think this is kind of silly. I think if they're going to open up in December, great. But I'll make a motion that we amend these as presented, 1 through 5, and then you can go talk to K&D Estates again. Is that?
Yeah, just I would clarify though that you're going to see if they would be willing to.
Yeah,
to
if
do
they'll
this.
be willing
It's
to.
not like
Yeah,
Okay,
we
got it.
can't dictate it. It's a done deal, but we can go and skip up there and say, let's kumbaya, hold hands,
Okay.
and would you agree with this?
This is authorizing.
Him to go through.
Yeah, we're going to
Bob
let him
actually
skip.
sign the agreement.
We're going to let him go
No,
skip
no.
up there and
It
hold
has to
hands
come
and
back.
kumbaya.
No, it wouldn't come back. You're
Oh.
authorizing him to sign an agreement that would.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so we're going to let Bob go up, skip, and hold hands with K&D. and
Okay.
Kumbaya.
All right.
We're not going to.
That's the motion.
I'll second that.
Money will be involved in this at any time?
Oh
No, not really. Would you roll call that or no?
I would.
Huh?
I
Let's just do it.
Hold on, Councilman Stump has something.
I just, looking at the timeline, and it's already October, I think it might, by the time you get to them and talk to them and they negotiate, they'll
They're gonna
probably
be up and
say
running.
January. So I think probably January 31st is a more realistic time, just in case their prime vendor for supplies is not able to deliver on that, or maybe their stoves and all the other things, because they haven't even put the stucco on the building yet, so.
Yeah, but they said that they would be in operation. We're going by what they said.
Understand, but we are holding
Contingency.
him to
Contingency.
a hard time, and anything can happen. So I would rather defer on giving them a month more and seeing if it's completed by 31 December 2019 rather than 31 January 2019 rather than 31 December 2018.
But they had a sign up that said they were going to be open in June or the spring.
But not only
It's
that,
only 31 days more.
Not only that, but that would also be a friendly gesture. You can say we were going to do the 31st, but we want to give you enough time. So,
Or at least
So if
maybe
you could
give
am-
the city manager or authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, give them that
authority.
option. Give
So
them
I-
that authority
so if
to
you
go up to January 31.
If you could change your motion just by that.
Yeah, that's what I'm changing. I'll change it to give the city manager the authority, if need be, to move the date from December 31 to January 31, 2019.
I'll second that.
I think I hurt my brain.
Okay, let's roll call, Madam Clerk, on the K&D Estates motion. Second.
Yeah, Director.
You are. Director McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Gomez?
Yes.
Chairman Wood?
Yes. We'll see you in a minute. Okay.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order. If we could take Meister and Meister before Canna Pharmaceuticals, if we could do that first.
They're related. They're both
Understand,
cannabis.
but if you could take that one first.
Why?
Because of, I've talked to different people, and one could be related to the other. So, if you could take Meister.
Well, I think lots of people will be related to the other. But anyway.
Especially with the Meisters.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted for the record, just to clarify on the two remaining ones, I mentioned to Councilmember Gomez to recuse himself, not because he has an interest, but rather just.
Because it's cannabis.
Yeah, because it's not, these are really real property transactions, but just because of the use of the property.
Understand. Thank you for that point of clarification.
I don't know if anyone's here from Canna Pharmaceuticals tonight, is there? So that may
No,
be-
I don't see anyone.
There's I draw a distinction between the two agreements. The one on Canna Pharmaceuticals is the original agreement with the first, this would be the First Amendment to the agreement. And what occurred there was an extreme delay in being able to close on the property. We actually had their check for $585,000 hanging around here way too long because no title company would handle the closing because Canna Pharmaceuticals was the name, And so ultimately what we had is our city clerk, put on her title company hat, and we ultimately put together the closing documents with the assistance of, people who are knowledgeable in that process, and then ultimately closed on it. That happened a long time after the closing date was supposed to occur. My conversations with them were that if we use the timing that is listed here, civil engineering permitting within 4 to 5 months, the electrical plans 5 to 6, architectural plans, and then 12 months for construction after those are done, that they would, that allows them to proceed and continue on. Again, the same issue here that is the same through all the three is the performance bond and the insertion of the language that says clarifies. I mean, everyone understood the intent was that these properties were not to be speculated on, but to put into the agreement the language that it cannot sell the property prior to completion of the project. So with those, that's what's recommended at this point for Canna Pharmaceuticals. Meister & Meister is a little more complex. They had come to the council at an earlier date to get an extension, and there was substantial conversation, I'm told, between the council and Meister & Meister on what their intent was going down the road. And so the language that is included here is what they said they would be interested in working on. And of course, this is all subject to conversations with the council there. But the original intent was there were 6 parcels that were going to be 60,000. Let me get this right. Anyway, there was going to be 168,000 square feet total put into production over the 6 properties. What they've said is the amount of power that is going to be made available to them by Southern California would allow for the operation of no more than 60,000 square feet. And so the option would be they could either do a single 60,000 square feet building or in multiples, smaller sizes totaling 60,000 square feet. And that the construction would begin within 120 days and the certificate option would be issued within 12 months of execution of the agreement. So those are the proposals. Ready to answer questions on either one of them.
I think it's germane to point out that Edison has not been able to support any of these projects, and the gas company has not been able to support any of these projects, at least to the capacity that we initially were promised. And we're going to have to be patient with these things unless you just want to give them their money back and think that somebody else is going to do any better without the electric and the gas.
I'm sure the council remembers, but perhaps anybody else doesn't, that the current agreement that exists is if we declare a default that can't be solved, then we could, if we prevailed in that process, take possession of the property after we paid them back 50% of what they paid for the property.
Exactly.
The money that we received for the property is no longer our money. It was all went into the successor agency. It has been distributed according to that, and so were we able to take the properties back, it would be our obligation to pay from the city's general funds to purchase the property
exactly
back, because we have no access to the
it's all gone
redevelopment agency money.
Yeah. Anyone? No, go ahead.
And that money does not come back to this city. When that property was purchased, that money was distributed out to multiple entities, not just a city. So that's why that comes into play. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I think it's also helpful to note again that if the property came back, it would not come back to the city. The property itself, it would go back to the successor agency, and not only would the money come out of the general fund to pay for that, but then it would be owned by the successor agency, and then the disposition of it is not the same now as it was then. It might be more complicated. The oversight board being at the county level now. So at the time we had maybe a little more freedom. That's a little bit more complicated right now. So part of the goal of this agreement originally, all of them really, was we knew we had to sell these properties, was to try and do it in a way that would make sure that some kind of development actually occurred. I think it has already been mentioned that it wouldn't just get sat on. So that was the intent. And so by taking it back, that might defeat that purpose. The proposed amendments are seeking to try and carry through with what the original intent was to get some kind of development on there that would be beneficial to the city.
Okay, anyone from the public have any comments on this? Sorry.
Yes, Al Hudson. This property was sold at a substantial discount, and there were some issues, according to some of our local realtors, that they were not given the opportunity to list that property. That's history. But looking at the contract of sale from the beginning, and I understand that the money that was paid for it has been dispersed, and that is not coming back to the city. However, what is my concern is the potential or projected tax revenue. The initial projection was on 10,000 square foot buildings and 25,000 square foot buildings, and that had a projected tax revenue of about $1.5 million. Within 6 months, Meister and Meister came back and talked to the city manager and got an amendment on the building size, and the consequence of it was that the projected tax revenue dropped from $1.5 million to $1 million. And now with this current modification on the contract, the buildings, the projected building size is 2,500 square foot and 10,000 square foot, and that the projected tax revenue is about $450,000. So through pleas from Meister and Meister, they've just saved or didn't have to pay $1 million in tax revenue. And also, what is of concern, there's no ad valorem taxes being paid, water standby fees, or anything else. Those are valid questions. And if Meister and Meister or Canna want extensions to do their construction, they should pay an extension fee, which would be a percentage of the projected tax revenue. Again, these properties were sold at substantial prices of less than the fair market value. And my time is up.
And yeah, thank you very much, Al. But that's not a totally true statement. So we keep hearing things that are not totally true statements. When you make the statement, for example, that no one had an opportunity to sell those properties, that's wrong. I'm not going to bring out the big document that had everything that went to everybody and their brother. You know that's the case. We've talked about it time and time again. I'm not going to relitigate that with you tonight. And also, too, there were appraisals done on properties. Of course, the appraisal on property done today would be different than the appraisal done at that point in time, correct? Because there's been a lot of people speculating and paying a lot more money. You cannot penalize somebody for buying a property for $300, and it's not their property, by the way, $300 in this year or this period of time, and then all of a sudden there's a lot of development around it, and the next thing you know, they're selling them for $1,500. You can't penalize the person that bought it at $300 for buying it at $300 and go back and say, hey, I want more money now. That's just not how this works. And you know that. You know that. Yes, sir.
If the National
Excuse me.
Realtors Board.
Well, you're not a national realtor, and I am not either. Yes, sir.
At the time, former city manager Will had brought this forward as an idea, and I remember very specifically sitting him down and saying, we have to make sure that we do appraisals on these properties, because we cannot be looking in any way like we're offering somebody property for less than what it's worth, and state law is going to require that. So it really shows that we're up and up, that we get an appraisal. I had multiple conversations with him to make sure that that appraisal was being done. So he assured me of that fact, and that was discussed at the council meeting at the time. At the same time, I discussed with him the fact that these properties may go up in value over time. And so that was taken into account, and the council was aware of that at the time. So that was definitely discussed, and I was very concerned about not selling it for less than what it was appraised.
So that's what we did.
Okay, now the other thing there is...
It's expired, sir. I'm just trying to answer your question.
Okay, well,
Men comment. No, you're going to be nasty and rude again, because I can be too. Want me to do that? I can do it. I'm not listening anymore, sir. I'm sorry.
Of course, that's normal.
No, it's not normal. Just for selective people.
Address the,
you know what? No, I'm not.
On the projected revenue and
the
extension fees. Oh, you need to go. You're going to go anyway.
I know. 2 more meetings, Al. 2 more fun meetings with me. Oh, yeah. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
Let's see. So, anyone else from the public have anything on these last 2 cannabis-associated projects? Anyone?
Josh Meister, California City, President Meister Inc. If you guys have any questions, there's definitely some changes in the actual square footage. That square footage is, and the reason there's been so many square footage changes is when we originally started with Edison in July of 2016, they had committed to approximately 8 megawatts of power. 3 months later, they said, hey, we don't have 8, we have 6. 3 months after that, they said, hey, we don't have 6, we have 4. A year and a half later, after they said we were going to have power, they said, hey, we made some major calculation errors. Currently, right now, with everything with Edison and every single project in California City is on hold. The power they're getting out of Edwards Air Force Base is not what they were originally informed of they were going to get, that number being the number of 30 megawatts. Last time I spoke to Edison, which was Thursday, they're down to 20 megawatts. So they have absolutely overcommitted to the city of California City and a significant amount of the cultivators in town on how much power was originally coming to town and the time frame of when that power was going to be here.
True, true, and true. Yeah. That's exactly what happened through this whole iteration.
I have a question for Josh.
Go for it.
I was told that if this is approved, you'll be beginning construction within 120 days?
Yes, all of the engineered drawings are actually 100% complete. So there is a little bit of a difference. Originally, when we had presented this to you guys a couple months ago, I was going to start construction approximately 12 months after Edison had come back and actually provided power. We're in a position now where we can actually start the projects. There is still easement issues with Edison. They called me on, actually I believe it was Thursday or Friday again, and they're trying to reroute the electricity from Lindbergh around to Mendenboro, but then they ran into another problem where they're trying to get Craig Platt to respond to an email. I haven't even talked to Craig about this yet, because there's actually more easements along Mendenboro that need to be dedicated over to Edison. So as soon as they get me that documentation, I'll forward it to city staff and absolutely get it to Craig.
Thank you.
So the big difference is we're no longer going to wait on Edison to provide power. Just so you guys know, we're going to do 60,000 square feet. The buildings may sit vacant until we get power, and that's where we're at. So you'll have buildings, but we may not be doing anything until, I believe, the year 2021.
So you're going to spend all that money and hope that we get the power by that period of time.
Yes, that is correct. And I also put a letter. Whoops, I'm breaking your guys' stuff. Is that vandalism?
No, it is. It's firewood now, really.
I know. I did put a letter in there from Southern Cal Edison for your guys' review. I want to make sure you guys did get it because it does say that I have met every single requirement and we have spent every single dollar they've asked us to do, which includes around $500,000 in underground and infrastructure along Lindbergh. So not only does that infrastructure serve my facilities, it also serves multiple facilities along Lindbergh.
Josh, now, I was told that you went into partnership with 3 or 4 other growers to put that underground in. Is that true or false?
I have about 6 other partners, yes.
That went
and
into
investors.
It, yeah. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. The other thing, being a broker, I was sent the Kern County Assessor Recorder on all of your properties. The 3.96 acres says cannabis. It was deeded to you September 15th, 2017. Is the last recorded deed on their assessor property.
Real quick, there shouldn't be anything in the name of cannabis, so that might be another project or another group.
Well, they're saying the land, it's your property, but it's saying the land value 0. Everything is zeroed out on every one of your properties, that there is no tax whatsoever that's been paid, or that it's all vacant land, M1 vacant land, except for that 3.96 acres. So if we went into this, we haven't received any tax money, Valorum tax or anything.
Real quick, is that saying that there's no tax value of the property?
There's no land value and 0 tax value is what it's saying. And I'll give these to you.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I'll take it.
Because
so
that's my
what happens,
only concern is that, we receive the tax money that we're supposed to be getting on
absolutely, Mr. Perez. So I wasn't aware that they had a 0 value, but I'm 90% sure we received property tax bills. But the city attorney may be able to answer this better than me. Those properties don't get a value assigned to them until they're taken out of the successor agency, correct? So the county should have assessed a value to those properties.
They should. You could make your motion contingent on him providing evidence that it is being taxed.
Yeah, it has to be taxed because it went through the Kern County Tax Assessor's office when it was actually recorded. So that should be an error on the county assessor's part, which is kind of odd.
This is all recent stuff sent to me, so I'll just give it to you. And,
okay, thank you.
I don't have to make the motion. I believe Mr. Meister will pay on this. I just wanted him to see that everything was zeroed out.
Perfect, thank you.
And,
you guys have any other questions for me?
No.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? Moving up here. Gentlemen, questions? On these 2 properties? These 2 accounts?
I think that if his taxes are listed and and they're paid, I think that, and he says he's going to start in 120 days, so I think we should move forward.
Yeah. Is that your motion on Meister?
Yes.
For both.
For both?
Canna also?
Not for Canna.
If you are,
separate.
I'm just, because I've got the same assessor, they paid
Take
500.
one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, let's do Meister.
That's why I wanted to do Meister and Meister first.
Fine, we're doing it now.
Okay, I'll second his motion that we approve.
Okay. Roll call.
Director McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Chairman Wood?
Yes. All right, let's go to the other one. What's your druthers, gentlemen?
Madam Mayor, I have the same county assessor's report that says the land value is $19,575 instead of the $585,000 that they spent. And again, no taxes have been issued and no taxes have been paid. So I'd like to make that part of their deal, that the taxes are
addressed.
Addressed, yes.
Okay, so make your motion. What would you like your motion to be?
Let's see.
Okay, so I will make the motion that,
Can I help with just a little bit, maybe?
Sure. I'd
Just
love for
that you would approve the amendment as presented, but contingent on the fact that the agreement will not be signed by the city manager until they provide evidence that the property tax assessment accurately reflects the sale price of what the property was originally sold for.
Yeah, that's good.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it, but we need to make that similar to the first one, to Meister and Meister, also the same language that you said.
We've already voted on that.
Yeah, well,
We've already
okay,
voted
but you
on it.
understand. and he'll pay-
He'll
He
take
already
care of it.
agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick. Sorry to come up here again. So when dealing with the Kern County Assessor's Office, that could take 6 months to a year to resolve, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It takes a long time. Their records are badly.
As long as there's evidence that it's in process.
Yes, that's
We have a motion in a second.
I second it.
He did. Motion, second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Director McGuire?
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Stump?
Yes.
Chairman Wood?
Yes. Okay, we are not done, folks. We have more business that needs to be completed. And starting with, we'll get back over here. All right, we have council agenda, and then right behind that, we have closed session. Council agenda. This portion of the meeting is reserved for council members to present information, announcements, and items that have come to their attention. The Brown Act precludes council staff or public discussion. Short staff responses are appropriate. The council will take no formal action. A council member may request the city clerk to calendar an item for consideration at a future meeting or refer an item to staff. Councilmember McGuire.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Paris.
No.
Councilmember Stump.
Nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez.
No.
Me. Yeah, I'm sorry that Russell Michael's not here. I've got to say this. A lot of accusations have been going around about me being on the take with the cannabis property. Well, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm saying it right now. Get this to him. Make sure you get it to him, because if he can send, he needs to put up or shut up. I'm tired of the accusations. There you go. Now, closed session, public comments. Members of the public are welcome to address the City Council only on those items on the closed session agenda. Each member of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak. Closed session 1, pursuant to Cal Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, City Manager Stockwell negotiations, California City Miscellaneous Union, and California City Firefighters Association. Anyone have any comments on those before we go into closed session? All right, seeing none, we're in closed session, folks.
Yeah, but you were just talking about regular civil engineers. I sent you something.